Hey there, REM-PCs. Welcome to Rules of Cool, where we interview very special guests, creators, gamers, designers, and world builders. I'm your host, Rem, and today we'll be chatting with prolific writer Bryan Young about his career and love of sci-fi and gaming. And we have a fantastic giveaway of Mercy Street, the Shadowrun novella written by Bryan Young himself. Type hashtag REMPC in the chat for a free entry to win, and the drawing will be done at the end of today's episode of Shadowrun Emerald Glitch, coming up right after Rules of Cool. You can also get bonus entries by donating bits or subscribing. Every 100 bits gets you a bonus entry, and subscribing gets you 7 whole bonus entries. Now, in Realm Alternis news, Exit Vector is the aerial combat minis game coming to Kickstarter. Give your pilots some much-deserved attention as you use this rules-light game on its own or as part of your cyberpunk role-playing game. Get your rigor on with Exit Vector and follow the link in chat to check out the project. Don't forget to enter your email. Well of the Worlds is also coming to Kickstarter from Mobius Worlds Publishing. Powered by Prowlers and Paragons Ultimate Edition, this TTRPG setting transports characters into a new fantasy world where they discover they have powers they didn't have in their home world. Inspired by Japanese isekai portal fantasy stories, this is a world of adventure for you to explore. Learn more by visiting the link in chat and following the project. Finally, Overlords in Training is a brand new card game brought to you by the new Catalyst board game division. Attack your opponents while conserving resources for the ultimate fight against the boss, Mike. Check out the link in the chat to follow the project, coming to Kickstarter this coming Tuesday, May 23rd. Now, time to get right into our conversation for this week, so stay tuned, REM-PCs. Welcome back, REM-PCs, and welcome, Bryan. Great to have you on the show.
It's my pleasure.
I've been really looking forward to talking to you. I know we've kind of been like ships passing where we kind of talk in Discord and then things happen and then kind of talk in Facebook Messenger. And I was like, all right, I need some time with Bryan here.
It's been a busy time for some of the stuff, we've both been involved with, even tangentially, with BattleTech. I mean, that's kind of where we met, is my relationship with BattleTech and yours kind of working with the Kickstarter. And it's been a ridiculous couple of months.
Yeah, for those just joining and who don't know about the BattleTech Kickstarter, even those that do, the Fortunes of War novella that is one of the digital giveaways and that's in the Google file for backers was written by Bryan. And also we got a huge deal made out of the Crescent Hawks video, the training video talking about the types of mercenary units you might run into in the field, whether as allies or enemies. And you were one of our writers on that. You were the main writer on that.
Yeah, the Kellhounds history was a lot of fun to put together, and I'm glad people have enjoyed it. And the treatment that you all gave it was above and beyond what I was expecting. So
it was great. Yeah, I think it's over 20,000 views on YouTube now, which is pretty cool. Fun to watch a project like that blow up, and people have been demanding the next one, which we've been working towards. So the next one will be the Crescent Hawks training video on the Wolves Dragoons, because if you're going to do Kellhounds, it's almost like you can't have a sentence finish with Kellhounds without having Wolves Dragoons also in it.
Yeah. No, it'll be a good one.
Awesome. I'm excited. All right, so kicking into our questions for today, I always like to start with this one. So what is your history as a gamer?
Oh man. As a gamer, like, are we talking video games or tabletop or some combination of the two?
Whatever you feel like your first, like, I'm a gamer now.
I mean, I think my first might have been like, I'm of a certain age, so I was like 6 or 7 when the NES system came out. So like we got one of those for Christmas, and it was like video games from there on out. But the first like tabletop game that really captured my attention was the West End Games Star Wars role playing game. I'm a huge Star Wars
Ooh,
nerd. I don't know if you can tell from all of
I've
the
I've
toys.
heard.
Yeah, no, so I'm a huge Star Wars nerd, and when I was 7 for the 10th anniversary for A New Hope, West End Games released the Star Wars role playing game, and that was really my first. And I mean, I just sort of read the book and imagined and dreamed about what playing it would be like for years, and then picked up all kinds of, by the time I got into junior high and high school, picked up friends that were into that sort of gaming. And so we played everything from Hero Quest and Battle Masters to Warhammer and, Mech Warrior video games. We had a friend who had um, like their family ran a business and they had like 8 computers in their basement, and when it wasn't during business hours they'd let us come play Mech Warrior and Warcraft 2 on them.
Wow.
um or we'd play like role-playing games, right? So role-playing games were huge for me. The Star Wars West End game was probably the biggest influence there, but the second biggest would probably be the Palladium games. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Heroes Unlimited, Ninjas and Super Spies, Robotech, which served me really well later career wise, and just never really stopped. And then, I had kids of my own, and my D&D group for the last 10 years has been my son and his friends.
That's so
So,
cool.
um, I kind of gave them my kids the same sort of treatment with games that I got, and it's been really great. It's I don't know, I just find it rewarding. It excites all of the storytelling buttons that I love to press, but in a more immediate fashion than like writing a book.
Mhm.
And so yeah, tabletop gaming and role-playing gaming, to a lesser degree video gaming. Like I read once when I started my career as a writer, Bryan said that video games was just another word for writer's block. And I kind of took that to heart, and I was like, you know what? I'll play video games when it's with the kids or for work. But other than that, I'm just going to write. And
Oh wow.
it served me well.
Awesome. I mean, savage, but awesome.
Yeah.
You
Well,
were
I
you were
realized
talking.
how much I was putting into video games, like time wise. And it was like,
It's true.
I can't be a working writer and play this amount of video games.
It's funny that you mentioned that, because starting with NES, I remember, like my after school program having them, and I was the person that, even when I wasn't the one with the controller, when Mario would jump, I would jump. Like I was that dork.
Yeah.
Um, but seeing, I love video games, and I like, the last big one that I dove into was Skyrim. And now I've tried periodically, like I'll relax and play video games. I'll play Witcher or something like that. But then I get like 4 hours to play, and then don't get to play for a month. And then I forget where I was, what
Yeah.
the story was, and then I have to start over anyway.
No,
Um,
I'm in the middle of Jedi Survivor right now, which is it's a work thing. I mean, like for those who might not know, like I cover Star Wars for Slash Film primarily right now, but I've written about Star Wars for Sci-Fi Channel's website and for StarWars.com and Star Wars Insider Magazine, and I've done work for Lucasfilm, and I do licensed stuff too. Like I write all of a lot of the Star Wars trading cards that you see.
that's so cool.
And so I just have to keep up on Star Wars in order to like know everything. So I'm in the middle of Jedi Survivor, and it's just like it's hard to find the time that I used to have in my youth to be able to sock away on a video game.
Yeah. What I've really been enjoying is, once a month now, I join the Our Vocalists. It's Arvin Elleron on Twitch.
Oh yeah, Greg Wilson.
Greg Wilson, yeah.
Yeah.
And so I'm one of his Our Vocalists now. So we are playing Ace Attorney. So Greg plays the game, and then we voice the characters. And that's been like, usually, like whenever I have to stream, I love streaming, but it's also like on my list. So it's like, this is coming up and I have to prep for it. I gotta put makeup and take a shower and all this like stuff I have to do. And that one, I'm like, I get to like kind of play a video game. I'm so excited.
Yeah.
Awesome. So we talked about getting into gaming. When did you first start writing and storytelling?
Storytelling happened pretty so instead of going to film school, I there was some issue with tuition and I wasn't able to pay for film school, but I'd saved up a whole bunch of money to go to film school, and because it became impossible, I took that money, and a friend of mine, we'd written a screenplay, and we took the money and we built a spaceship in my mom's backyard, and we filmed a movie inside of this spaceship, and we did some festivals with it. We did the 2001 No Dance Film Festival, which back when there was like 40 different dance festivals, and then did some feature work now and again, but kind of took a left turn into documentary film, all at the same time while writing screenplays. And I supported myself as a full-time filmmaker for quite a while doing this, making documentaries, and realized how exhausting that was. And when the economy sort of went belly up in like 2000, well, I'd owned a comic book store at one point, and that's where I got into like Mech Warrior Hero Clicks, like the Clicks game, the WizKid stuff. I owned the comic book store for a few years, and in the back room we had like all of our film equipment, and we were running script readings from the comic book store and stuff like that. And when the economy went belly up in like 2008 and a producer wasn't forthcoming for our next movie, I got a day job and realized that like if I'm going to have a day job, which was all in like an adjacent field, I did communications and video production for Salt Lake City government.
Oh,
So like the capital city, I was there doing consulting for like the mayor's office and the city council and all the different departments and stuff. And like, so I was scratching my film itch doing mini documentaries about the city and things like that. But then I was like, I should really work on prose, because I can convince, it's easier to convince one person, me, to tell these stories than it is to gather a whole bunch of people to make a film, especially when all the film people I knew were having that same sort of problem with the economy and finding work and stuff. So took that left turn into prose. And my first novel, it was something like Mike Stackpole really encouraged me to put out, because he sort of explained to me why I was never going to sell it to a publisher. It was a book, sort of a comedy adventure. It was called Lost at the Con. And if you can imagine Hunter S. Thompson, a political journalist sort of character covering Dragon Con against their will. That's what that book was. And Mike kind of pulled me aside and said, like, listen, nobody's picking this up because no one knows where the hell to put that on a shelf. But you're doing all these cons anyway. You can sell it by hand. You should put it out yourself. And so Mike Stackpole, the Star Wars writer and Battletech writer, really kind of took me under his wing to help me figure that out. He brought me to the Origins Game Fair, and that's where I started meeting all the folks at Catalyst and sort of like opening up. I was doing some publishing on my own with some smaller presses, and then I got the invite to start doing game writing, and I've gotten to work on like Robotech and Battletech and write flavor text for board games and things like that. And
so
it's been terrific.
Michael himself is kind of a legendary
writer
for Battletech. So how did you meet Michael? Because I figured Battletech probably introduced you, but here.
No, so Mike, Mike was a writer who, like, I didn't realize how influential he was on me as a game writer before I ever got into Battletech. Like, I don't know if people realized, I certainly didn't, but Mike wrote, like, I don't know if you'd ever seen like those Grimtooth's Traps books.
No.
He wrote those, or like he wrote supplements for a whole bunch of role-playing games back in the day. So like I had the DC Comics role-playing game, like he did the supplement on like Batman, who was my favorite character. And so like all of the breakdowns of Batman were like Mike's work. But Mike wrote some of the best Star Wars books ever written. He wrote the X-Wing series. Him and Aaron Alston, and we had a mutual friend who introduced us, and Mike and I hit it off pretty instantly. I was doing an interview with him for Star Wars stuff at a Dragon Con one year, and he was like, let's just go to my room and do it, and we'll drink whiskey. And we just we were drinking whiskey and talking stories and just got to hanging out because of Star Wars. And then I didn't actually read a BattleTech book of his until I'd been invited to start writing in the universe.
Oh, cool. That's
Yeah.
awesome. Now, I did hear for my next question, I talked to a couple of our mutual contacts at Catalyst who said that you were a Star Wars fan and like a super aggressive Star Wars fan that can like bring up philosophy and theory and stuff like that and actually get into a conversation about why Jar Jar Binks is not a waste of space.
So the thing about Jar Jar Binks is that Jar Jar Binks is really like a core element of the mythological storytelling that George Lucas was going after. And without Jar Jar Binks, you don't get the Ewoks' victory over the Empire at the end of Return of the Jedi. You really don't thematically. It's all thematically linked and it's all visually linked too. Lucas really knew what he was doing, but I don't know if anybody's familiar with the behind the scenes documentary from Star Wars to Jedi that was sort of very seminal in, at least in my head. Like that's, I have that documentary memorized in my head as much as I have any of the Star Wars movies. And there's a moment in there where George Lucas is talking to Mark Hamill and explaining his role with the Ewoks, and they're out on Endor, and George Lucas is like, here's the thing. In fairy tales, it's always the little rabbit on the side of the road that you take the time you don't have to help, that gives you the magic beans that lets you go off and defeat the evil empire. And that's like at the core of what's going on with Luke and the Ewoks. And then we cut to Phantom Menace, and Phantom Menace comes out, and there's Jar Jar, and Jar Jar is obnoxious and he's clumsy. And I recognize myself a lot in Jar Jar, right? Like I was that bullied kid in school who was clumsy and couldn't control his own body. I'm not capable of being a Jedi. I'm not capable of being a senator. So I found myself in Jar Jar, and Jar Jar was just looking for people to accept him, which is a really important thing, especially in a kid's movie, that theme of acceptance. But Qui-Gon really saw this inherent worth in Jar Jar because he was a being worthy of dignity, even though he didn't have anything to offer anyone. And because Qui-Gon brought him around, everyone else thought he was pathetic, right? Obi-Wan refers to him as a pathetic life form, and no one really wants him around. But it's that introduction to Jar Jar to Padme that actually brings the Naboo and the Gungans together. It's that idea of the little bunny on the road that no one likes. You know, this is an inverse of what happens in Beauty and the Beast, right? These classic fairy tales where it's like, I don't want to help you, hag. And she's like, I'm going to turn you into a monster. Well, everybody does this with Jar Jar except for Qui-Gon. And Qui-Gon says, no, we're going to help him. It doesn't matter that he's not valuable to us. So Jar Jar unites the Gungans and the Naboo, and they're able to have a better planet for it and repel the Trade Federation. Now you've got Palpatine sitting around scratching his head going, how in the hell did my master plan not work out? Right? What foiled my plan? And it comes down to that niceness to Jar Jar. So we get to Attack of the Clones, and Palpatine's like, okay, fine, I need my own useful idiot. And so Palpatine plays, well, that's what they call it in political philosophy, right? Like the useful idiot is the person who doesn't know what he, but enables the evil that wants to be perpetrated. Many voters in the United States these days. So Jar Jar's this useful idiot. He's convinced to do something that he thinks is the right thing, but it's not, enables the evil to take greater power. And so the Jedi sort of, that's the beginning of the end of the Jedi, right? So you get to Revenge of the Sith, and you have Yoda go into exile because the Sith have won. Everything's terrible. The galaxy is in flames. They aren't able to take care of Palpatine, and Yoda is left on Dagobah. And what's that moment we're left with where Yoda tells Obi-Wan, like, Qui-Gon knows how to talk to us now. Qui-Gon can communicate with us. And Qui-Gon ostensibly spends the next 20 years telling Yoda about all of the failures of the Jedi as he saw them. And one of those is that we need to see this inherent worth in people, even if they're not valued to us. We can't just listen to the autocracy in society, things like this. which is why in Empire Strikes Back, when Luke shows up on Dagobah, who is Yoda acting like? Jar Jar. It's the exact same lesson. Yoda is trying to make himself seem as useless to Luke as possible until Luke blows up and fails this test and says, "Hey, you're a waste of time, right? Like, we just need to go see Yoda now." And Yoda's like, "Nope, I've seen this before. This is bad." Because Yoda learned this lesson from Qui-Gon, from Jar Jar over the course of the prequel
Wow.
trilogy. So when Luke comes back to Return of the Jedi, there's no doubt that Han Solo and Chewbacca and Luke Skywalker could have torn those Ewoks apart, right? But Luke stays his hand because he's finally learned this lesson. He's going to like give in. He's going to figure this out. And then the Ewoks join with them, and they turn out to be the one thing that turns the tide in the shield generator fight that allows them to destroy the shield, that allows them to come in and destroy the Death Star. And people will go like, it's accidental, right? Like George Lucas wasn't intending to be that smart, but A, I will guarantee through all the conversations I've had with George Lucas, he is smarter than all of us put together. And B, you can look at visual like storytelling that matches connecting these stories together, right? There's a moment in Phantom Menace that brings Anakin Skywalker and Qui-Gon together, and it's Jar Jar going up, eating that chuba, and getting in a fight with Sebulba, and then Anakin breaking up that fight, right? Jar Jar comes in from screen right, takes the chuba, the frog, and then gets into the fight, and then the Skywalker arrives to deal with that. That shot is matched in Return of the Jedi when Chewie goes to get the meat that's just hanging on that trap, where he comes into the frame exactly the same way, tries to grab the meat, and then they all end up in the trap, and then a Skywalker has to intercede in that fight and stop it to make sure that they can all be allies at the end. Like, there are these visual clues that George Lucas put in there that aren't accidents.
Wow.
Right, to connect these stories together. So yeah, like Jar Jar is the key to everything, and I think he's a really powerful like story in the grand tradition of mythological storytelling, that he's important, and it doesn't matter that he's useless, that we need to treat him with kindness and respect because he is a person, like regardless of any of his status.
That's amazing. Wow, I did not expect us to go into all of that, but I like.
Yeah, no,
I didn't want to.
Yeah, I'll do that all day. Like, if you just
so
let me
cool.
go, I'll just go.
Man, we're gonna need to come back to that offline. But thank you for that. Like, I want to clip that and come back to that later. We just went up like 11 viewers because I think everyone in chat is probably like, wow, just like me. And now I need to go back and watch every Star Wars again.
That's the best thing to do.
Awesome. So let's go back to your writing.
Okay.
Now talk to me a little bit about Robotech. You kind of gave us your whole like, this has been the short summary of my career and how everything's been impacted. But how did you get into Robotech, and what did you write?
So Robotech was really one of my first big licensed gigs publicly. I'd done a little bit of work, I mean, in nonfiction with Star Wars, like I said, and some behind the scenes stuff with Lucasfilm. But really, Robotech was the first opportunity for me to have my name out and on a product in a universe I loved. And it was just a mutual friend of mine knew the people who'd picked up the license after Palladium had lost the Robotech license. And I love those Palladium books. And they were like, we need somebody who's a Robotech expert to really help us with like our flavor text, our Robotech history, and who's a storyteller and a gamer. And so what I ended up doing for that Robotech role-playing game is I put together about 40,000 words of like in-universe fiction and short stories and scenarios to give people who would be players a window into what characters might be thinking, or how you'd approach Robotech as a universe that you could play an RPG in. So I was creating scenarios to help. I was making notes in the book for game masters about, hey, if you want to play this episode or something that feels like this episode, here's how you might set it up with your players, things like that. And I went back and I tried to I had to do everything for that first book. The second book that covers season 2 and 3 is still coming out later this year, I think. But for that first book, it was just the first season, and I tried to conform all of the sources about the Macross saga together that I really loved. I was a huge fan of the Jack McKinney Robotech novelizations that they put out, and was really lucky enough to befriend James Luceno, who was like half of the Jack McKinney duo. Jack McKinney, I don't think people realize, was a pen name for Brian Daly and James Luceno working together.
Oh, okay.
And Brian Daly passed away, but Jim has always been generous with his time with me as far as questions about Star Wars or Robotech.
That's so cool.
And so I wrote some short stories, and I took and even the video game. I don't know if you'd ever played Robotech Battle Cry, which is the story of like Jack Archer and what happened on Earth while the SDF-1 had taken off. And I sort of conformed it all into all of this storytelling in the role-playing game book. So I was able to do diary entries from characters and interviews with characters and all kinds of like in-universe fiction that I had a lot of fun with, that was really just designed around helping people wrap their heads around how you could game in the universe really well. And I'm really proud of that book. But it was really just a friend of mine who he'd done a game for Upper Deck called Bringing Out the Dead. And it's a really interesting sort of like worker placement game, but it needed this like sort of creepy faux Victorian theming to it. And he had me write all of that stuff, and he knew these guys had got the license, and he just connected us up, and it was all over from there. And I just had so much fun with it.
That's awesome. And so Robotech, you start writing for these game systems and stuff like that, and then you kind of told us the story of how Michael Stackpole introduced you to Catalyst, and you started writing for BattleTech. Tell us what you've written for BattleTech.
I've written a ton, actually. I've written sort of 2.5 novels. Well, I've written more than that, but 2.5 have been published. I wrote, my first one was a book called Honor's Gauntlet that came out during the pandemic, and it was a lead into the Ill Plan era. And then the next full-length novel I did was called A Question of Survival, which came out last year, and it's one of the most current books in the timeline. I created a mercenary unit called the Fox Patrol, that their stories have been coming out in Shrapnel magazine.
Cool.
And I've written 5 sort of 10 to 12,000 word stories with them that got collected into a book called Foxtails. And John mentioned it on the Catalyst BattleTech Kickstarter stream, so I don't feel weird saying it, but I've turned in a serial novel starring the Fox Patrol that brings them into the Ill Clan era that starts in the next issue of Shrapnel.
Oh, cool.
And then I've done a bunch of other short stories and other novellas and things, and I've got a bunch on my plate now, but I got into BattleTech because I went into Catalyst and said, hey, can I write Shadowrun?
Yeah, I was just about to segue into that too. So you were telling me a little bit about that before the show. So tell us about like, what is your history with Shadowrun, and what were your intentions coming into Catalyst?
One of the games we played when I was a kid was Shadowrun, right? Like we played Shadowrun. We were really into Cyberpunk. The Super Nintendo Shadowrun game was hugely popular. Like my friend group and we probably had 2 copies of it on the Super Nintendo, and we'd pass it around and sort of just like play it. And pass it back and forth. And as one of us would finish it, another one of us would take it, and then we'd finish it, and then somebody else would take it. And I probably played it 3 or 4 times. And I did the same thing actually with the Mech Warrior game that they put out on the SNES too, where you're like just a mercenary, like going around and kitting out your mech and stuff. So I played the RPG and the game, and I really wanted to write some Shadowrun stories. I really love Cyberpunk. I really love fantasy storytelling, and I'm really intrigued by the combination of the 2 of those modes of storytelling. and I went to John Helfers, who's the editorial director like at Catalyst over all the fiction, and he was like, yeah, I don't have room for Shadowrun, but how would you feel about BattleTech? And I was like, well, I haven't read any BattleTech. I've played a little bit here and there over the years, but I haven't read any. And he's like, okay, go here, read some, and then we'll get back to you. And then I'm I'm on the BattleTech train now, and I've got BattleTech projects literally planned out to like 2025. But I finally got to do a Shadowrun novella, which is like a 20,000 word story about a character I really liked. Sort of a troll named Shimura, who used to be like a legendary Shadowrunner, but now just runs a free clinic in Seattle. And
Ooh.
and I've written another story with him. I have no idea when or where it's going to appear. But no, I'm really enjoying Shadowrun. I hope I get to do a lot more with it. But the little bit I've been able to dip my toes into it, I've been just enjoying it a lot. It's such a fun universe, and like, I don't know, I think sometimes as gamers we kind of forget what the heart of a universe like Shadowrun is sometimes, or at least my gaming groups did, where like they forget about the cyberpunk part. It's like, we're just gonna we're gonna go do cool jobs, right? Like we're gonna do some cool running, but like, you know, when you look at the history of the genre and you look at like the stuff William Gibson was doing, it was so anti-authoritarian, it was so anti-corporate, it was so punk, right? It was
That's what makes it
so
punk.
punk.
Yeah.
And then to be able to combine that with fantasy, and to be able to say like, how can I create, how can I take the stuff that made Tolkien races so exciting and implement that in that cyberpunk? And it's just like the possibilities are endless, and it's so inherently political that it excites me.
It is, and it's interesting because I didn't think that I would like getting into a world that was like, if you pitch it that way, then it's like, I get enough of that in the real life, in my real life or whatever. But something about like, you are the criminal, but you're the good guy, and you're taking these jobs, and you're sometimes doing things and that run right up to your morals, and you've got to make these choices, and that's going to change where the story goes. And sometimes that means that you are doing work for the bad guy, but the goal is maybe you could learn something that's going to help you take them down later, or that's going to hurt them back in some way.
Yeah, yeah,
and and that kind of that subversion that's underneath all of that, um, makes it really appealing as a story, because it's got depth. It's more than just like, I'm a bad guy murder hobo and I'm gonna go do whatever job
yeah,
I want. Um, like, I mean, that game, sure, not to yuck anyone's yum or anything like that, but to take it deeper, and there's always more happening than what you thought.
yeah.
And so discovering that along the way is really what adds to the intrigue and makes it fun.
Yeah, no, I love finding that depth in these universes. I've loved even finding it in BattleTech too. There's so much interesting, fascinating like future history in BattleTech, and deconstructing that, and um bringing interesting things to the table has been, I don't know. It's the Shadowrun and BattleTech sandboxes have been so fun to play, and I feel really grateful that I'm able to do it.
They're very deep worlds, and even as I'm just getting into BattleTech for the first time, everyone keeps telling me, because at first I was like, big stompy robots, like, come on, like I'm gonna cramp my neck by doing that eye roll so big, kind of thing. But when you add the intrigue of Game of Thrones to it, and the politics behind it, and who's backstabbing who, and why is this happening, and for what reason, and to what end, and how is the infrastructure of the world going to change,
Yeah.
it's fascinating. It makes it
Yeah,
really
no,
interesting.
it has been, it was a really, like, I got thrown in the deep end when I first started like working on it and pitching stories and stuff, because it was like, I mean, first I asked Mike Stackpole, like, well, what should I read to really understand the universe? And he's like, you don't need to worry about anything but my books. And I started one of his books and I was like, this is impenetrable. And so I had to go back and start with some earlier books to sort of ramp myself up into his books. And it's been so rewarding to actually be able to play with the history and stuff. Like, and, you know, that story that came out with the Kickstarter, that Fortunes of War novella, it was really like exciting to get to touch on like a unit that started with the Kellhounds, which is like this really legendary unit. Now having consumed all of the stuff about the Kellhounds, it was just it was exciting. And there's this reverence to both like the politics inherent in it and the history of it, and not wanting to mess up in a way that was going to make Mike mad at me, because I mean the Kellhounds are really his baby. So it
Yeah,
was
fair.
it was an honor to have him go like, no, 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 you'll be fine. It'll be okay.
Aw, that's so neat. And I do have to say too, the book I was told to start with is Michael's On Guard, which is the first in the
Yeah.
Warrior trilogy. And even just the first, I don't know if it's chapter one or the prologue, I can't remember anymore. But even that is like introduces that intrigue where it's like, I question your decision making. It's like, hey dummy, like here's all of the, like, if we do this, if we move this chess piece here, then that's going to cause this chess piece to happen, and that's going to make them make this move, and then this is what's going to happen. And I can't wait to see all of that fall apart because it never goes smooth. But
I just
it's
finished rereading that trilogy, and it's so like interesting and exciting, and
cool.
it's a lot of fun. Yeah.
Awesome. I actually stopped myself because I realized I wanted to make a YouTube series going through it all. And I was just learning so much so quickly from it. There's just so much there that I was like, okay, if I want to be able to explain this to people, I need to slow down and kind of take a step back and be like, we are in this sector with these planets, and it takes 3 months for them to get a letter
Yeah.
across, 6 months for them to travel to visit each other. You know, like all of this, all of that kind of stuff. And I wanted to kind of really map that out so that I could explain it well.
Yeah. And it's weird too, because I mean those books are set 100 years before where the current timeline is.
Ooh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So this what you're reading is really ancient history.
Ooh, cool. All right. Okay.
Maybe 150. Really far back, one way or the other.
Awesome. I'm pretty excited about it. So we've talked about BattleTech, we've talked about Shadowrun. What about, so I asked you as a fan about Star Wars, but what have you written and worked on for Star Wars?
I've been doing a lot of like journalistic work in Star Wars. I've done tons of interviews. I've interviewed everybody from George Lucas and Rick McCallum to Carrie Fisher and Peter Mayhew and sort of all points in between, all the writers, all of the behind the scenes folks, all of a lot of the actors, the voice talent. I think I've probably interviewed Dave Filoni 20 times over the last 15 years.
Wow.
So I've done a lot of that work. And then I've done a lot of like essays that have appeared, like Marvel Comics for a little while did like essays about Star Wars or diving deeper into the universe in their comics for a while, and I did a whole bunch of those. And right now my biggest thing is the trading cards. I would love to write a Star Wars book one day, but right now I'm relegated to trading cards. So but the trading cards are so fun. The trading cards were some of my first like some of my first introduction to Star Wars, right? Like in the 80s, there wasn't a whole lot. Like I call the time between Return of the Jedi and Phantom Menace, or not even Phantom Menace, between Return of the Jedi and the special editions, the dark times. Because like if you were a Star Wars fan in that era, you were like a pariah. No one knew what you were talking about. You were this weird nerd kid. Like Star Wars was dead. And the only collectible I could find that I could afford was like there was a used bookstore that sold packs of Star Wars cards, and it came with the old crusty gum, right? And so I was collecting the Star Wars cards as I could put together change here and there for packs. And that was where I got a lot of information about Star Wars before I picked up the role-playing game. And to be able to like contribute to that, especially knowing like I've been able to do a lot of interviews over the years, even when they don't seem like they might have anything to do with Star Wars, they turn out to. Um, like I don't know if you're familiar with Art Spiegelman, but he did the graphic novel Mouse, which is getting
Oh
banned
yes,
all over the
yes,
place.
yes.
So I was doing an interview with him about a retrospective, and I knew that he had worked on the Garbage Pail Kids. Like that was one of the things he did back in the 70s. And he just sort of offhandedly remarked that he designed all those original Star Wars trading cards. Yeah, no, so I ended up writing that up for StarWars.com and Star Wars Insider, and like it was just this little weird piece of like art history that had been lost, that like Art Spiegelman, this like prize winner for one of these important works about the Holocaust,
Yeah.
like made his bones. Like he paid his rent designing those classic starburst yellow Star Wars cards, and to be able to like have some piece of that, having to play some part in that legacy of those trading cards, which were so important to me as a kid, now as an adult, has been it's been like really, really fun and like a huge honor to be able to like contribute in that way.
That's so cool. Yeah, wow. All right. So gosh, all these big names and big words. Um let's go back to your work in TV and film.
Okay.
So you kind of talked a little bit about some of the, you did some film work, you did documentaries. Tell us about your time in there and what you've worked on, and what are you most proud of?
So a lot of it was the narrative stuff I did was very small indie stuff, right? Like that movie I made when I was I co-wrote and co-directed it when we co-wrote it when we were 17 and 18. We started building the set. We filmed it when we were 19 and 20. It was a pretty long process. We cut it and we finally got it out in like 2001, when we were both 20. And we took it to festivals and we got it seen everywhere, and it was just the biggest learning experience. And we were working on all kinds of other movies at the time, like really bad movies. Like I'm from Utah, and at this time there was what they called like the Mormon cinema movement, and
Mhm.
so there was all kinds of movies being produced here, and they just needed bodies. Like I worked on a movie called Handcart about the Mormon pioneers that walked over in handcarts, and like I was the first assistant director, and the first on the first part of the shooting, the um the camera, the DP was like Mike Lookenland, who was Bobby Brady. And then the second half of the shoot, the summer portion of the shoot, it was Jared and Jerusha Hess, who were in charge of like Napoleon Dynamite. So
Oh wow.
like they wrote, so it was just like it was this weird, like there were a whole bunch of people who were like really cool and went on to do a whole bunch of artistic stuff, just cutting their teeth in the film industry here in Utah at that time. And then we did documentary stuff, like political documentary stuff, that the Disinformation Company put out. They put out the most infamous documentary they put out was probably Robert Greenwald's documentary about Walmart. And
Yeah,
we did
yeah.
one about there was one that we did about the 2004 election with that company, and then another one about the politics of the food industry in the United States. And then I'd done another feature here or there. I did one about some kids who work at a movie theater and robbed the place. That did a couple of film festivals, and I produced some features and some short films for a guy named Dustin Guy Defa, who he just did a movie with Michael Cera actually lately,
Oh
and
cool.
just really working where I could, and then kind of taking that left turn into government communications, and then kind of working on my prose writing in parallel to that, but still doing short films and things like that over the years. And um, there's a whole lot of bigger stories. Like there was um, yeah, like there was a year where we were helping a friend promote a movie, and we kind of shot a documentary about it. But his movie was not at Sundance, but it was adjacent to Sundance.
Mm.
And in order to promote it in Park City at the time, it was just like they'd gotten rid of pretty much anything you could do. So we were like, well, what if we had publicists try to convince people that they needed to do something. Like, people will do all kinds of weird things if they think it's going to be on TV and on camera. So we impersonated a Comedy Central TV crew, and we created a TV show called Celebrity Boner Fest.
Oh no.
And we shot all over Park City. They let us into, like, with the credentials that we made, they let us into every party and every VIP area, and we were just shooting. We rented a big beta cam, and we were filming like we were Comedy Central, and our publicists would go and they would pass out tickets and say, go mess with Comedy Central. And we had our celebrity host there interviewing people, and then he would constantly get his interviews interrupted by people like trying to mess with him to interfere in order to get tickets for this screening. It was like, I've done a lot of weird things. I've had a very interesting career.
That's hysterical. I love that story. I'd love to hear more about that sometime.
Yeah.
Drinks at Gen Con.
Yeah, drinks at Gen Con.
So do you have anything else coming up that we haven't talked about, that you want to give us a little sneak peek into?
Well, I mean, the big thing that's coming out next is in the BattleTech universe, and that's it's called Lone Wolf and Fox, and it's about the Fox Patrol coming into the Ill Clan era and sort of ending up in a pretty important place on the map in the current era, the timeline. I'm not sure how much I can talk about all the rest of the stuff I've got going with Shadowrun or BattleTech. I'm trying, like, there's other writers that'll be like, I'm writing this story and it's going to be out in 3 years, and I never know how they get away with it, because I'm afraid John's going to be like, no, actually, we're not doing that now. You mentioned it, we're not doing it. So, yeah,
I can't imagine John being that mean.
No, he's not that mean, but like, there's been as many projects as I've actually gotten to write as there have been projects I've pitched, told we were doing it, and then we've gone a different direction.
Fair.
So it's just like the nature of things.
Yeah.
And I've got some cool stuff. I've got more Star Wars cards coming out. I also write for a different company, all the Doctor Who trading cards.
Ooh.
So those have been really fun, because they're a different, like with the Star Wars trading cards, I usually get sort of an image and a title, and they say, okay, write about that. But with Doctor Who, they're actually asking me to do a lot more creative work, where they say, you've got to do every episode in 3 cards that are 100 words long, and it needs to tell a cohesive beginning, middle, and end.
Oh, wow.
So I actually have to break down every episode of Doctor Who and figure out a way to tell that story economically and in an exciting way, and then still hit some of the emotional beats.
Yeah.
And that's been fun. The stuff I did for Christopher Eccleston and David Tennant seasons just came out. And I've done a bunch of Jodie Whittaker's, and I just turned in work for some future seasons that hopefully we'll see later this year or next.
So did you write the cards for Blink?
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Sally Sparrow's great. And what else do I have coming up? The sequel to the next Robotech role-playing game book is coming out.
Cool.
And I did another huge chunk of work and short stories for that, and the scenarios and the episode breakdowns and stuff for Game Masters. And that's from Strange Machine Games. And that's those books are gorgeous. They're my intention with those books was, even if you never want to play, if you like Robotech, it's going to have cool story and reference material that you're going to want to have it on your shelf anyway. And they're gorgeous full color books. And I'm really excited for those.
That's awesome.
I don't know. It's weird because I got to think about all the stuff coming up soon is all stuff that I worked on like a year ago. And
that's hard. You're always living in the past and the future at the same time.
Yeah, no. So there's a lot of stuff, and I'm working on my agent. We've got, hopefully, fingers crossed, a horror novel that's coming out somewhere. So,
ooh, awesome.
Yeah,
great. So, where can we find and follow you to learn more about all the cool stuff you're working on?
So my website is swankmotron.com, and you can go there to find out about the stuff I've done, the stuff I'm doing, sign up for my newsletter, sign up on my Patreon or whatever. And with my Patreon, I put out a short story every month, and it's like $1. So, and you get access to all of them. Or you can find me on
That's cool.
Twitter for the time being, until maybe the Twitter doesn't work anymore. At Swankmotron, and I teach writing for Script University and Writers Digest. That I'm doing classes continually with them, and I'll be at Gen Con as part of the Writer Symposium, and I'll be at Dragon Con teaching writing there as well, and yeah, just wherever I'll be around.
That's great. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time and coming to talk to me today. I can't wait to talk to you about a million other things too. And I look forward to continuing to work with you for Catalyst and beyond. And yeah, just thank you for everything you do for the nerd community.
Well, thanks for taking the time to talk to me, and anytime. I love talking like this. So
Awesome. Now you don't go anywhere because we're going to be right back after a quick break. Don't forget, everyone, that we have a wonderful giveaway of Mercy Street by Bryan Young, a Shadowrun novella. Thank you so much to Bryan and Catalyst Game Labs for donating such a cool prize. Type hashtag REMPC in the chat for your free entry to win. And don't forget to get bonus entries and impact the game tonight by donating bits and subs in chat. All funds help us to pay our cast and crew and keep producing content. You can also pick up t-shirts and merch at our Etsy store at www.remalternis.com/Etsy. Thank you all for joining. Stay tuned. Shadowrun Emerald Glitch is coming up next.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated
Obviously.
and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, but that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
92 times.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1. You can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2. You can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5. Get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
Ladies and gentlemen, gather round for tonight's exhilarating Shadowrun adventure. Our intrepid team of Shadowrunners. Intrepid. Really? That was a poor choice of words. They are embarking on a dangerous mission to locate a figure known as Steel Tiger. With whispers of his formidable skills and the mystery surrounding his disappearance, the stakes have never been higher. Actually, they're not that big of a deal. But what's really going on is that their mascot character, whose main purpose is to find them jobs, didn't show up to work. You know, if I didn't show up to work and didn't call, I might get wrote up. I don't know about you guys. So tonight the team finds themselves diving into the heart of the shadows of the city, navigating through the intricate webs of the streets and the dangers that lurk around to see if they can find out what happened to their friend. So we're going to start off with kind of where we left off. So why don't you grab your dice, get your characters, and get ready for an unforgettable night of Shadowrunning. Da da da. Da da da. The door to the truck. The door to the truck of Big Mama opens up, and in the early part of the morning, the sun has not come up. The rain has been stopped for maybe about 10 to 15 minutes because it's about 3:15, and everybody knows the rain stops at 3 a.m. And in stepping to Big Mama is the newcomer, who is wearing a nice selection of clothing picked up from a local thrift store not more than an hour ago. And she steps in, the crew in the cab of the truck look about for a moment and wait for a response. The door slams shut. She adjusts herself as she's getting into the seat, and it's followed by...
Okay, here's what we've got. An extraction of Millard Allen, Caucasian cybered male in his 40s. Works for Hooper's Peacekeeping PLL. They're a small security corp with little meat personnel, but they're heavy on drones of every kind. And they've got a high threat response team. I got us $25K with 15 up front and another $10K for hazard pay on top. And if there's any babysitting business, it's another $1K a day. We're going to bring him back to the Johnson, and then we're going to be done with it. Sound good?
Hot damn.
Cool.
I
Great.
guess we picked the right person.
Sounds like a plan.
Sounds like a plan to me. I just think I got an Advil or something.
Yeah, if you hit in the back there, if you
Okay.
hit your side satchel, Mama Bear is set up like an Uber Black in the back, so it's got
Nice.
little mini drinks and stuff.
Beautiful. Thank you. What's an Uber? I've never been an
Super.
Uber driver.
Super driver.
Okay, thanks.
Awesome.
Cool.
It's an Uber driver.
I've never been an Uber driver.
Uber driver. So, as Nova regales you guys with the like, she just steps in, she is handling the situation. For the other three of you, how does this differ from, well, I mean, for one of you, this is brand new. You've only ran with Steel Tiger one time before this, but Convoy and Rhea, have you guys run with Steel Tiger before? Has he found jobs and dragged you two along?
It's been okay. I like the one with the dog.
The one with the dog, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I want another one. Are there any dogs that we can pet on this one?
Nah,
No.
I mean, there's gonna be some metal dogs probably. If you wanna,
Okay,
you probably don't
well.
want to give them a pet.
Mm-mm. But in comparison to how Steel Tiger normally picks up and handles jobs, how does this differ? I'll let the players decide how Steel Tiger handles job pickups.
I mean, he's usually not this like efficient at it. Not gonna lie, he tends
Yeah.
to talk a lot more.
Yeah, there's a lot more probably, fluff around the edges to make it seem nicer than it is.
Really seems as though last time he came back far more belligerent than than normal.
Where is he, by the way? He's late.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't you guys have like a real boss?
Eh. Yeah, but I mean, should we really be that concerned? This has gone pretty well so far.
I mean, he's got to be around here somewhere. I mean, he wouldn't show up unless, well, one of two things: either he's in trouble or he's gone. He's missing for a reason. Like he's doing something else. That's
I mean, he's
already on the
like-
job.
He's the Steiger, bro. He usually handles himself, right?
That's why I think option B is probably more likely. He's probably got it
Yeah.
under control.
Tiger.
Okay, so are we gonna
What
do this
is-
job without him?
Go ahead.
So we're gonna do this job without him? Since
I mean, are we? How can we like? Does anybody check your phones? You got a text? You got an email? I didn't get anything.
I mean, we gotta find him first. Right.
There's a whole.
Well,
We're gonna look all over Seattle and every little nook and cranny.
someone's seen him. So he has to pop up. There's cameras all over. He's around here somewhere.
All right, when you Matrix boys, you want to go check on the internet and see if you catch any leads or something?
I believe I've already looked around whenever we first arrived here, and I had actually sent out my PMax to go ahead and go check around. I don't know when he'll be back, but he's going to try his best.
All right, so we're gonna wait for little guy. We're gonna wait for little guy. Come back.
Well, while he's on that, we can get more into the details of our mission here.
Okay.
I'll start driving us back. I'll get us out of here.
You sure you don't want to stay where you're at? I mean, it seems like a rather nice, rundown, big box grocery store with what looks like artillery shell blast holes in the parking lot, burnt out cars. That might be a body you see over there of a troll, but it has no legs or arms, so might be an animal of some type, larger, almost the size of a car. Maybe it's a buffalo. That's it. It's a dead buffalo. You sure you don't want to stay? It seems cozy.
Nah.
There's a lot of
Nah.
guns around.
Are Cole
right.
still focusing
No.
on trying to keep the icon on Nova swapped over to Steel Tiger?
Of course.
Is just going like, please, let's go ahead and get out of here.
yeah, it's kind of not cool to just sit here while the Johnson's like still around. So we should.
I'm
go.
Oh,
driving.
he's still here. Did he not leave? Damn, does he have places to be?
All right, convoy. You're the driver. Where do
I'm
you want to
driving.
take everybody?
Well, first back the way we came. First off, and then
That's a smart move.
and then see if we can. Wait, do we know? Out of character, do we know if? Do we know about Steel Tiger's tea shop?
That's a question you have to ask Chris, because it was posted into the chat, but no real engagement in that conversation. So why don't we do that now?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I would
Yeah.
say so. Yeah.
Maybe we can go look for clues.
Then I think we'll go from there. Yeah, I'll head
Let's go look for
to
clues.
head to the tea shop.
Okay.
What's the name of the tea shop?
Oh, yeah. Tiger's Tea Shop.
Tiger's tea shop. Okay, of course it is. I don't know why I asked. That was a silly question of me.
Where's it located at?
Oh, yeah. It's on the edge, like the middle class neighborhood, and like right before it gets like really just feffed up. You know what I'm saying?
So between Bellevue and downtown.
Yes, sir.
Or would it be more along the lines of between Bellevue and Renton?
Yes.
Okay, Bellevue and Renton. So you're heading south. I think that's 90. 9, yeah. 202. Anyway, doesn't matter. Road doesn't matter. You're heading south. Is pretty much the direction. I trying to find my notes still. Tyler, what was your character's name, and what was the name of your PMax?
Our Cole, and the PMax name is Gross.
GR.
GROS.
Archie and Gross.
And Steel Tiger, what was the name of your PMax?
I just call it Taicho, like the Japanese word for cat.
Okay. I'm sure she. And since yours is an older model who has a less of a developed personality revolving around being sympathetic to you, probably every once in a while we'll get a side stare as she's just like, I can't believe you call me that. I'm military hardware. My name is Kat. Okay.
Your name is Cat? Alrighty.
Found my previous notes, so I'll just hang on to those for a minute as I'm starting new ones for tonight. You guys begin heading south down through some borderline roads. To the left of Big Mama, there are concrete walls. I don't know. I mean, in Florida here, you'll be driving along the highway and stuff, and they put up these big concrete walls, and they put decorations on them and stuff to kind of like, oh, it's a manatee. Look, there's a seagull, and oh, look, I don't even know what it is. It's supposed to be like a palm tree or something, but it's like leaning to one side, like it's blowing in the wind. I'm not sure what they're trying to do, but they do that to kind of separate the highways from local areas so as to, reduce sound and wind and blah, blah, blah. But those things do exist here and in this moment in time, but not to create some sort of beautiful avenue, but to block off everything that's on your left-hand side as you're traveling down the highway, and sometimes on both sides because this highway twists and turns through sections of the Barrens, through Redmond, and less likable neighborhoods. Less savory neighborhoods. The sound of gunfire at the early morning can be heard every once in a while. Some rogue group of flying things passes over the highway at least once. Your collision detectors do not click off, so you know that they're not a hazard to you. They also have these on the top of the walls in the areas where these things fly over. There's little pulsing lights that send out like ultrasonic and infrared blasts of energy to kind of keep these things, because they're kind of like a large lizard-like pterodactyl thing that will dive bomb down and pick up anyone small enough. Like some of them are large enough to pick up tiny dogs, and some of them are large enough to pick up small people, like children. No one wants that. So they put these devices to keep these paranormal things, and they're kind of like parrots. You ever seen a cockatoo? Everybody's seen a cockatoo. You ever seen how big a cockatoo? Like you walk up and you're like, wow, they're bigger than I thought they were. And then they got those giant claws. So imagine a cockatoo with less feathers, but the size of a condor. There you go. That's what you got going on. And it hunts for children inside the city, mostly small dogs and cats. Anyhow, a small group of those fly over the highway, but no collision sensors go off. But it's definitely something that you're always like, oh shit, don't crap on my car. Because it's not small. It's noticeable. That collision right there, sensors.
that?
Boop, 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 boop. And so as you're heading down toward the location on your heads-up display, you begin heading down into a lower part of the city. Now, the city for you guys and the newcomer, this is kind of nice. You kind of remember where you're at, but the highway that you're on takes a massive, veer off away from what looks to be more of an industrial zone that doesn't kind of register in your brain as being where it should be. You've been around. Nova's been around Seattle for a while, right?
Yeah, for at least 10 years.
Okay.
of her
So this industrial. Oh, go ahead.
life, I guess.
This industrial zone does not fit with your internal map of the world as you would know it, so it definitely catches you off guard. Also, being still early in the day, 3:30, 4-ish, you don't recognize shapes easily in the darkness, and there are streetlights that kind of help, but again, the highway dips down and goes low. Convoy, you know that this highway is taking you out of an industrial complex that is currently run by Ares and one of their large manufacturing facilities that has taken up a huge chunk of the southern part of the Barrens, or the Redmond Barrens, the Redmonds. And so it's turned a nice swath of land into a place where they can fly in, and they've got an arcology back there, and it's lots of money for the city. You know how that works out. But they rerouted the entire highway for whatever reason to do this. And so the pass takes you low and into the city and starts to take you into the underground or the sublevel of the city. Now, of course, probably about 20, 30 years ago, a lot of these changes had been coming and being made, and the underground city was in existence and it became its own thing. But now there are highways that allow you to drive down into the large catacombs and subcomplexes that are scattered about underneath the grounds of Seattle. And so this highway takes you down there. Why is all this extra description important? Just to kind of say, hey, this is like Lord of the Rings moment where I'm doing a long description about just traveling. What the hell? As you're heading down this highway and the scenery around you change, the sensors on your truck begin to pick up noise, but it is not noise necessarily generated by like advertisements or static or distance, but it's noise generated by an excessive amount of matrix-like activity. The world has definitely changed, and so for her in that perspective, but for you guys, this is old news. This is not new. This is not exciting. But you, both the Decker and the Rigger, are very aware that the matrix levels are starting to pick up. And as it starts to pick up, little warning signals kind of click off. It's not like an Overwatch score. It's more of like a, hey, be aware. It's kind of like a power surge possible area. And as you are passing through this, I'm assuming Nova would notice on the dashboard, you're probably looking around, but you would also notice that the dashboard starts kind of like having this red light flashing warning symbol.
Hey, that blinking light doesn't seem like a good thing. Is everything okay?
Yeah, it's getting loud down here.
I'm assuming Arcole can immediately feel this and goes into giving them insight on the situation.
Okay. So, since the world has become so inundated with the Matrix, there are places in which the Matrix has begun to overlap itself. And overlap itself again and again. It creates kind of like waves, and you guys are currently driving into those waves. For everyone in the truck, it means little to nothing. Their cyberware might kind of have a tingle. They might pick up a little extra charge. But for you, it is like walking and moving through walls of fog that get thicker and thicker. They don't physically stop you. They don't pain you or anything. But it's like, I hit another one. You can feel as you begin moving into it. Nova, as Convoy, of course, is like, it's getting loud down here. On the dashboard, there is like a moment where the screen or display kind of has a warble, where it's a wave that kind of casts back and forth very quickly. The amount of power that's going through Big Mama registers on you, and it takes her no time to kind of start modifying it, moving it around, because there's a surge, and she's more than capable. She has a very healthy body. She's a very big woman. She's got this under control. and the surge takes place. But what you see on the dash is like this waver that moves back and forth, and all of a sudden it hits and coalesces onto one side of the screen, and there's like a surge or moment where it like fizzes on the screen. Nova, are you currently using your AR vision?
I would say no.
Cool.
Just because I hate ads.
Excellent. To everyone else in the vehicle, you see that there's a manifestation taking place. As the Matrix has grown, it has started seeping over into the artificial reality and creating, there's like scientists and philosophers who can sit down and give you like hours upon hours of discussion exactly what the hell this means. But for the most part, if you're in AR and seeing it, it's a manifestation of like Quasling, a sprite, but a lighter version of a sprite, a being in artificial reality, in the Matrix. Only those who are seeing it can actually see it. And it comes into existence purely out of the interaction of the Matrix and electronic devices. And this can happen. Not all the time does it happen. Every time you pass through one of these lines of power. But today, at this moment, it does. The small creature bursts into existence with an explosion of tiny little blue and yellow colored sparks that coalesce back down onto your dashboard. And you can tell right away, and this is kind of like the thing to know, there are 3 types: positive, negative, and neutral. The positives are generally pleasant individuals. They have a tendency to be curious, while the neutral ones are a bit more defensive and interesting to move around. These little life forms, they have like weird shaped heads and they ooze energy and they have tiny little fat arms. It's almost like a living anime character. And it will dance around in the Matrix and do stuff and explore. Can they be problems? Yes. Are they generally not? No. It's just a random manifestation of the Matrix. But there's another type too. They're called the negative ones. They are tended to be angry, violent, and they will attack. All of these little quaslings or spritelings have the ability to minor manifest actions inside of devices like cars, vehicles, cyberware, stuff like that. They can be convinced to do so, or they can just choose to do so because they're just having a moment. This little positive one appears on your dashboard and begins addressing itself, checking itself out, brushing itself off, and sending ethereal flecks all over the dashboard and that hit the physical objects and disappear and dissipate like evaporating alcohol. Climbs up onto your dashboard, begins looking around. Now, it is wholly aware of the real world. Even though it is purely a Matrix construction, it can see all of you. And so now this little thing has moved itself up onto your dashboard, and it seems to be making like eyeballs at Convoy, like, what are you? What is it doing? And it begins kind of wandering down your dashboard as you're finally starting to come out of this long series of tunnels.
What? Looks like we got a stowaway. What are you doing, little dude?
It comes over to one of the shifters, leans down and puts its foot onto the shifter to see if it will support his weight. They seem to be bound by the laws of physics in the real world, although they are Matrix-born. They can kind of move quickly about, but again, bound to being halfway between our world and theirs.
Well,
So,
Mama Bear does not have physical controls. Mama Bear runs purely on AR and in a rigger cocoon.
So you're sitting in a specialized seat.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well then, instead of playing around with knobs and whatnot, it will move across your dashboard toward the window. It is attracted to devices that it can physically reach and interact with. So would there be a switch to adjust the window or something?
Yeah.
Then it would be attracted to it. So
I'll go over. I'll just move it up and down a little.
All right, yeah. It watches it for a moment and then looks up to you and sees that you have cyberware, and so it grabs a hold of your hand and starts pulling itself up.
What are you doing over there?
I'll try to distract it with a radio or something. I'll try to like or like one of the knobs or something somewhere else. That's not gonna be. I don't like it near my face.
Right. All right. So Nova, that's happening, and he's like, it's like a bug or something. A spider crawled onto him, and now he's kind of like trying to get it to go somewhere else. But of course, you can't see it. All right. So we're gonna segue. Go ahead.
Dude, get it together. What are you doing?
It's look. I got darling. It's fine. It just there's a little. It just if you turn on your, it's why is it near my face?
Might want to hug you. It is a positive one, so it has generally positive and warm feelings and desires to touch and be emotional.
Well,
I turn it on so I can see what he's talking about.
There's a tiny, slightly purple-colored being of light and energy on Convoy's hand that he is now putting it up onto the dashboard, where next to his radio. Or is it the dashboard radio, or like a little comm unit you're giving it?
Yeah, I imagine I've got like a little bobblehead on the dash or something that I can distract.
Oh
it
yeah,
with.
totally. If it a mechanical, yeah, it will be distracted by the mechanical bobblehead. Yeah, and it will see it bobbling, and then it tries to kind of mimic it. This tiny little Matrix-born anime thing. So we're going to segue from that. Steel Tiger.
Yes.
You were at the back table. You had bags open. You were sorting. You were weighing out portions into the individual bags and prepping them to be put upon shelves and containers. The door went off. Doo-doo-doo. You were maybe expecting customers. 2 o'clock in the morning. You had already had your stuff together, and so you paused for a moment, just at that brief moment, like, I forgot to lock the damn door. As you went to draw your gun and turn to see who your visitor, because there's nobody at actually this was 1:45 in the morning coming in your t-shirt. That's just no.
Yeah.
Sticky shocks. Lots of them. There was at least 6 guys that just started opening fire on you. You shot a few of them, but not before you went down. And all you could hear was them yelling, yeah, we got him. We got him. This is such a big payday. Woo! As the voices dissipated and drifted away. And so, at some point in time, systems start clicking on and start booting up. Your internal digital reel of data begins kind of flowing and spinning and moving faster. And it tells you that someone digging around, there's so many illegal IO error kind of scenarios where somebody's pushing buttons. Somebody who is not the admin, a user, is digging around in your bits and pieces, turning things on, turning things off, or at least trying to. What would you like to do?
I would like to wake up. What do I see around me?
See, well, you have more than just your sight senses, right? Do you have cybernetic ears?
Yes.
That would be terrible if they turned those off.
Yeah, I have cyber ears, and eyes, and olfactory boosters. Yeah.
Your ears are not off.
Yep.
Your eyes are not off. They did turn your nose off. Somehow, whoever it is, they did figure out how to turn your nose off, and you can't smell anything. That might be a good thing. I didn't need that dice anyways.
What's going on, guys?
As you open your eyes and begin looking around, you are attached to something that is keeping you slightly above the ground. Your feet are just maybe a few inches off the ground. One of your cyber arms have been removed, and you can see it sitting on a table nearby. You're in a warehouse. There are boxes, crates, tables. There's at least 2 to 3 people moving about that you do not recognize. You see a scar-faced woman. She is currently reading a book, sitting in a chair, kind of absent-mindedly. Across the room, there's a small opening that goes slightly up, and beyond it, you can see armed guards. Not very armed. They have pistols and bats, and they're wearing leather armor and blue jean denim-style jackets with spikes and some sort of emblem on them. Nearby you, there's a collection of different things, guns and different levels of disrepair, none of which you recognize. These are not yours. These are other weapons that seem to be being fixed, mended, repaired, and stuff like that. Mostly pistols, streetline holdouts, and some Berettas and some Aries. Busted radio nearby sparks its little electrical energies out, letting know that it is not doing what it's supposed to do, while it blares out some sort of techno trance. Across the way, facing away from you, is a cyborg who seems to be currently welding on something, tech-wise. But you don't see anybody in the room that looks like a decker or has a cyber deck, but there is still, right now, somebody prodding through your equipment. You just watch them try another attempt to dig through stuff.
So how am I rigged up?
It looks like there's a hook into one of your back panels that's lifted you off the ground. The chain goes into the ceiling to a pulley and then to a hoist across the room. You might be able to reach your arm back there and pull yourself out.
I'd love to make that attempt. Yeah.
Your arm does not respond to a command. It, as well, has been turned off.
Okay. Good morning, gentlemen.
All right. As you make sound, the woman who's reading the book stops, looks up. Hey, we need that stun baton again. He's waking up. The guy who's welding does not say anything, and he says, not my problem. I'm not paid for that. She looks and she points at you and says, behave. And she turns and starts heading up that little ramped area to where those guys are. Hey, I need one of the stun batons. We're going to knock his ass back out.
Do my legs work?
Yeah, you can feel your legs working.
Okay. Are my pants on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Very good question.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this is a PG-13 game. No matter what they do, they can't take them off.
Okay. I'm going to try to scoot my pants leg up on my left leg.
Mm-hmm.
Can I'd like to see if they've taken anything out of my leg.
You do have those concealed compartments. That is definitely one of the things that they opened to begin with. So normally your concealed compartment carried a knife.
I had a whole grenade launcher in my leg.
No, there's no grenade launcher in your leg.
Okay. Alrighty.
You do see it on a nearby table.
Okay. I guess I'll go back to sleep.
All right. From the busted radio, an eruption takes place. A tiniest explosion of blue and dark blue light emanates away from it, and out spits the tiniest of little spritlings. It tumbles across the table, picks itself up, and angrily shakes its fist at the busted radio. Steel Tiger, you're very aware of what these things are. Some sort of manifestation of the Matrix with the real world.
Yes.
Angrily shakes his fist at the radio's being damaged and kind of walks around the table. It kicks your arm because, well, it can.
Okay, that's fine.
Did you
He
hear?
was, he was watching. Like,
Yeah. When it kicks your arm, you watch the hand twitch a couple of times.
interesting. What's going on, friend?
It looks at you and shanks an angry fist and points toward its damaged radio.
I had nothing to do with that.
He shakes his fist and wags a finger over at the welder.
Well, see, if you know, if you point it that way and hit that button, uh, projectiles of some kind. Depend which arm did you take? Did you take the
Left.
shotgun arm or the machine gun or the SMG arm?
The left one.
Okay. Well, if it just hit that button and then just shotgun that guy, that lady right there.
Right. Well, the sprite will then. Do you have a chip set up in your arm? Does it have a pre-programmed firing skill, smart gun link, or any kind of aiming devices?
It has a smart gun link. Yeah.
Okay. The tiny sprite maneuvers the hand for a moment. By pushing on it, the hand flexes and moves with its commands. Not in the sense like it quickly moves. He has to kind of manipulate the hand, and then it kind of works with his actions until finally the arm's moved a little bit. It hits the button. The gun pops out. It looks for a moment, then looks over at you and like makes a little hand gesture like, yes? Like this?
Yeah, just a little bit lower.
Okay, so puts onto presses onto your cyber arm, and the joints move a little bit, and the hand flattens out a little bit. So it seems he has some trying to make it control. He's not very good at it. You realize that this is a negative spriteling, and they're only really good at like destroying things and providing electrical charges. Although they can turn things on and off, like light switches, cyber arms. It hits the button. The shotgun goes off. The round ejects. The shell flies across the room. The slug flies toward the welder. There's a massive ping, a bang. The welder goes flinging to one side. His work scatters across the floor, and the tiny creature jumps in joy as it looks like the welder has gone to the ground.
Quick, quick, come here, and I'm going to try to get it to manipulate my arm so I can use it again.
All right. You're going to need to make some sort of skill roll or ability that's going to convince this little thing, because all it was really angry about was its radio that it was living in got damaged. So now you have to convince it to do something for you. I'll give you bonus dice because you just helped him whack the welder.
So what is it that you want, little buddy?
What skill, what ability do you want to use to convince him?
I'll use influence.
Go for it.
Got one.
Excellent. You got 2 extra dice because you had already assisted him. So if you want to drop 2 more onto that.
One more hit.
1 more hit. Okay. The creature gives a nod, and it will move over to you, jumps over, barely grabbing a hold of your cyber arm, and begins pulling himself up before he merges into your arm and then turns your arm back on from the inside.
I'll give you so many comm links when I get out of here. And he's going to try to he's going to grab onto the hook and then try to do like that whole backflip thing out of it to get it out from underneath his shoulder blade.
Of course. What do you want to roll to do that?
I'll use athletics.
Go for it. We'll set that at least 1 net hit. Sweet. You backflip and land onto the ground, one-armed and everything, about 1 meter from your other arm.
Yeah, I would definitely like to reclaim my appendages.
All right. As you pick up your appendage, the welder is starting to stand up. And at the top of the stairs, the scarred woman comes back, and she's not alone. Two thugs, two criminals, or crims, has showed up, Grims. And they too are just surprised that you are now free and not disarmed.
I'm just going to try to book it. Where is the nearest window?
From where you're at, up and to your left, there is a series of wall pipes that look like conduits and a small window opening that if you could get to it, you would be good to go. But that's 2 meters, 3 meters up.
All right, sounds good. Do I still have my grappling hook in my other leg, or did they take that too?
No, they did not take that. They took weapons.
Fantastic. I'm going to try to sprint and have the grappling hook come out of my thigh and Attack on Titan style, just like from the hip, try to get it to a window and zip my way out.
I will give you 1 edge dice for utilizing the grappling hook, and you can. What do you want to do? What skill set do you want to make for that
I'll
purpose?
use athletics again. I'll definitely
Go
also
for it.
Yeah.
Do you want to utilize any edge abilities or anything? Because you got 1 freebie coming at you. Because your grappling hook.
Yeah, I will save it for if I fail so I can re-roll. All right.
Sounds good to me. Let's do this. We're going to set 2 hits to pull yourself. Wow.
Yeah.
You sail up the wall and through the window, smashing it. It is not human-sized. It's a rectangular shape. So you vault through it, crash through, fall down at least a half a meter, roll. You're in this area of gravel and concrete. It looks like you're kind of like on a rooftop / catwalk area. You can see not too far from you 2 guards who now have stopped and turned, and they're like, what? And now it's time for us to take a break. Right? Did I do that right?
Yes. So thank you everyone for joining us for Season 2, Episode 2 of Emerald Glitch. Before we go on break, I want to remind you all of tonight's drawing. It's for a PDF copy of the Shadowrun novella, Mercy Streets. Just type in #RemPC into the chat for 1 entry. Every 100 bits donated is another entry, and if you subscribe to Gen Con TV, you'll get 7 entries. We'll announce the winner at the end of the show, and you'll be contacted through Twitch Whispers. So we'll see you after the break in 5 minutes.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It looks. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols. In blood, obviously, that are then coated
Obviously.
and shellacked over so that they don't flake off. That way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood. We mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
I wonder how long we can sit there and just wave.
So you're
Welcome.
chewing.
Right? Welcome back, everybody. Just slide right into it. You are on the rooftop of some sort of section. You are definitely underground. You are in the sublevels. You can see that you're possibly... Yeah, you have no idea. You're not getting any good signal to kind of figure out what you're doing. You don't have a comm up and running or nothing. That's been turned off.
Okay. I'm gonna try to I see two people.
Two guys, they see you. They're coming at you.
Alrighty. I'm going to kind of tuck my arm up under my other arm and then kind of pull out a little submachine gun and like try to run away and do like a full auto burst of stick and shock as I try to escape.
Well, let's see if I can get out of the GM layer and drag their little cool icon over here. Yay, there they are. And then I pull out their character sheet. Yay. All right, let's do an initiative. How do we do this again? I did not get with Tom and figure out how this stuff works.
You just click the initiative button, and if you have your stuff set up already, it will do all the things for you.
There we go. The criminal human got a 6.
I got a 31.
Well, you got a 6 in Matrix AR initiative.
Okay, that's not gonna work. I clicked the wrong one. He got a 6 again.
It doesn't matter.
Didn't matter. All right, and his friend also got a 6. Cool.
Crazy.
So,
I'll use. So I have 4 minor actions, so I'm going to do a double action. One of which will be a sprint, and then the other action would be doing the full auto behind me.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get out and then like make them duck so I can get space to get out.
So where are you going?
Yes, like away from them. Like the I don't really know exactly. So what's around me?
Are you going to use maybe a minor action to do a perception? But if you do that, you can't also then do 2 actions.
Correct.
So behind them is a catwalk that leads into another section of the industrial complex. So you just have to sprint past them, and then you don't have to make a perception check. How about that? That's a brilliant idea. Do you want to do that?
Yes.
Sounds great. Since your initiative is the higher, that means you get to go first on all of your actions. So sprinting past them. I don't think that there is any kind of attack of opportunity in this game system. Like when you sprint past them, that's just pretty much it. They stand there and go, oh!
They could use edge if they had it, I suppose, right?
Oh yeah, thank you so much. They do. They have 2.
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
Sorry, I'm that guy.
So they have 2 edge, and they see you coming at them. What can they do with this 2 edge? Chris, because you're the one who asked, hey, can you learn all this stuff so that I don't have to?
Oh, no, that's fine. What they can do with the edge, they can use edge to skip ahead in the initiative order.
Okay.
But let's see.
Oh,
I
man,
think it might
probably
be more than 2 edge to do that, though.
Probably like 4. That sounds expensive.
What about sticking out a foot to trip him?
That would still be amongst that.
Yeah.
And they were on watch out, not a watch in. They were not expecting their captive to be escaping at this point in time.
Well, they're pretty bad guards then.
But they're guarding out, not in. There's a bruiser looking chick back there, and her job, Mrs. I'm reading books, was to make sure he stayed asleep. Oh yeah, yes we can. Can they do it with 5 edge?
You can create a special effect of any kind or use an edge action. Yeah, go ahead.
Then what is the actual cost for them to act before you do? Is it 4 points? 5 points? If you don't know, I can look it up real quick.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, but if you want to jump ahead and do it, just go
All right, hang on. We got this. We got to learn the rules. We got to do it the way, right? Maybe, sort of.
Yeah.
Where's it at? No, I went too far. Now I'm the history. Crash 2.0. Too far in the book. I know it's like on this side. I'm almost there. But oh, here we go. Buy an automatic hit, heal, add edge, re-roll, failed dice, ally, negate edge.
I feel like there are special edge actions for specifically like melee.
Ooh, are there?
Yeah, but I can't. I'm trying to find it.
Fire from cover, called shot, bring the drama. No, big speech, anticipate. You played this combat like game of... I don't care about that. Shank, sudden insight, perform an action which you have no skill. Nope, tactical roll. Drop to avoid incoming fire. Nope. Gosh. Well, since I don't know, I can't find, I'm just going to skip, and we're going to say 5 edge allows them to stick a foot out and attempt to trip you.
Alrighty.
All right. His attack rating with tripping is a 7. What's your defense rating?
My defense rating is my defense rating is 17.
So you've definitely got the advantage. So now you've got an extra edge to play around with.
Indeed.
Right? Because of the edge that you just got from jumping through the window. So you got 2 edge. He is going to try to trip you. We're going to make it a close combat attempt. Yep. Let's see. I don't think he should have any other modifiers. He's just going to take his baseball bat and try to whack you one good time. He got 3!
Okay.
He got 3.
So then I will roll my defense.
5. He does. He reaches out and just swings as hard as he possibly can, and you deftly stammer from one side to the next. Maybe swing back with your extra arm.
Duel of the Fate starts playing. We're just like...
Maybe do some kung fu actions. Swap it around, then start slapping him with your cyber limb.
Out of the way, please. He says he's trying to, as he ducks under the bat.
Yes. All right. So you'll run past them, and now you're going to do your full auto back.
Yeah, and then... Okay, so...
They only have a defense rating of 5 with their measly little armor and their whatnot, so... You have definitely another opportunity for an edge here.
Yes.
I think the most you can get in a round is 2, right?
Since I'm close, is 15. So I definitely get the... Definitely get a bonus edge for being more than 4.
Yes.
Okay,
Alrighty.
So 7 hits.
All right, that's a total of 9s damage to both of them? Or is just to one of them?
Let's just go with 1. I think I should have split dice up before I did it. But yeah, so we'll just have it.
So which one are we oozing down? And this gun, is it in your right hand or the left hand in which you're holding with your right hand?
It is in my right hand.
Okay.
So
you targeted 1 and he gets to defend, which defense roll for him is a 0.
Ooh.
Gets nothing. He takes all 9 stun, stick and shock. How many bullets fly out of your gun with that?
10.
So he made no successes to dodge. You hit with 9 stun. That's all of his wounds or his stun total. So he's at 0.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna try to keep running out, and
Well, you plow into him and lay in 10 stun bullets. His friend, in a panic mode, pulls out his street line special and opens fire at you. Again, his attack rating with his street line is only a 9.
17.
Yeah, so it's still to you, and he got 1 success. Pack, 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 pack. Sticky shock, by the way.
Kind of skips off. Oh, sticky shot. It just kind of skips off or something. As
Yeah, describe it, man. It's your success there. So, the next round, is that a new initiative, or do we keep with the same numbers?
I believe you just subtract.
So
How much was it?
basically, was it he got a 31? He gets 3 more turns before your people can do anything again.
No, that's the addition rule.
Is it not still just like minus?
Yeah, you just subtract initiative. Oh, okay.
You get an initiative, and then the following round you roll a new initiative.
Good.
And all those extra numbers that you get basically allow you to be put farther and farther along.
Okay.
And you get multiple minor actions based upon how many D6s you get. I mean, initiative was the only thing I really knew how to read.
Fair enough. I got a 26 the second time.
Only one of them is remaining standing, and he gets a 9. Again, you get to go first. You are now beyond them, heading down this length of catwalk. You have fired back 10 rounds of ammunition and taken one guy completely out, and the other one has, like, Grandioso Brass Cordes has decided that he is going to pull out his street line special and fire down the way at the Steel Tiger. What does the Steel Tiger want to do?
He's gonna kind of just look back and just live another day, guy. Just let me leave. And he is going to continue running.
Okay. Now got a dual action and sticky shot this guy up to top to bottom.
No, since I don't have all my gear with me, so I'm not gonna try to go empty on some dude with a street line special in case I have run into something ahead of me.
Like giant weird ass cockatool birds that steal children. Right.
Wait, there's a giant cockatiel ahead of me? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm just saying they could be.
There could be.
Could be. All right. So the domicile of which you were in has erupted on this round after your action into the number of people who are pouring out. A very sweet sounding voice comes into your comm and says, "Listen, now you can't be running off. You're worth way more alive than dead, so I'm just going to need you to go ahead and stop. And someone is going to try to gain administrative control over your legs."
I would like for that to not happen.
I know. Let's slide this one over here. Let's slide this over here. Here we go.
I'm sorry if you hear my cat. She's not a fan of it either.
Oh, no, it's fine. But I have dropped in an icon representing the person talking in your head. She's a sweet, nice person. She really is. There we go. The Hex Baron. All right, so for her to shut off your cyberware, she's going to spoof him.
Alrighty.
Gotta get to it. We're jamming. Bombs. We're not doing a bomb. Reboot device. There we go. We're going to do that one instead because I don't want to look for spoofing anymore. So the reason why this is happening is the young man who had the street line special. He's able to shoot at you, but he's not going to hit. Like you can if he gets one hit, you're just going to buy a dodge. So we're going to assume that you've got a distance away, making his attack useless. That doesn't mean he doesn't shoot. It just means that the Hex Baron slides in and says, "Oh no, you've got to stop what you're doing." So she's going to make a reboot device, but she needs admin leveled on you, and that's where we're going to start off with. She's going to brute force you to get admin level. So what she needs to do is she's got to do her cracking plus logic versus your willpower plus your firewall time plus 2.
Yeah.
So, your comm is on, so you have that for a firewall. With your comm being brought back on, do you have any normal programs that start up that might add to your firewall?
At the moment, no.
Okay. Also, your defense rating for this purpose goes up by 4. Do you have an idea what the defense rating, your matrix defense rating is?
My matrix defense rating is.
It's on the core page tab. Under core combat info, it's like
direct
matrix DR. You have a 4, so it goes up by another 4. It's 8. Unfortunately, her attack rating is large enough that she gets an edge bonus. It is a 14. So, because she's, she does not going to spend any of her edge to do anything. She just wants to put you down nice and easy. So she's going to do a cracking plus logic, and you roll your willpower plus your firewall plus 2 more.
Okay, my willpower plus firewall.
All right. She's got 4 net successes over you, so she has admin access on this round.
Alrighty.
All right, that's all she can do for this round. And because you had 4 minor actions, did you also want to do another action of just sprinting even farther? Like hit those cyber legs speed boost and be like Akira running in the distance or something
Get as
like
far
that?
away as I can with these
Right,
legs.
exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. So I'm going to kind of like 1 round of sprinting. It's mostly catwalk. Second part of sprinting, you can continue on catwalk and it kind of goes up at an angle into a section of like derelict looking building, but you cross like maybe a major street, or you can go down towards street level and get mixed up into the crowd of people.
Yeah, I definitely want to try to blend in as much as possible.
So you're going street level then. Cool.
Yes, sir.
You zip down into street level. Do you have some sort of skill for this, for hiding amongst people?
I have no, I do not.
You have stealth?
I have stealth, yes.
Well, then that would be the skill to hide amongst people then. People and objects. Awesome. So 6 successes. Moving into the following round, let's do an initiative for you and her. Don't run down in the street. There are people down there that will take you apart, sell you for extra cash. You're only a walking piece of Nuyen to them. She got a 23.
Okay. 32.
32. All right.
Is the Sprite Buddy still here?
Yes, he is still in your arm. He's not left. You have no idea, like, you can't detect him, but, I mean, he hasn't fallen out.
All right. Can I try? I want to convince the Sprite to go bother this lady, because if she's hacking me on the fly, she definitely has some very nifty cyberware or whatever that he can go mess around with.
Okay. Do you have any kind of knowledge of the Matrix or the deep Foundation and stuff like that?
Not really.
All right,
Military is
cool.
not my forte.
It would be one of your comrades' fortes, but they're not here right now.
Exactly.
Then you could probably attempt to do so with a minor action and some sort of influence skill roll.
Alrighty. I do have influence, so I'll use that. Does a 1 work?
It will stop attempting what it's doing. It will increase your firewall by 1 and give you an edge for the next incoming attack that she's about to do.
Okay.
He's trying, and he's angry at this too because he's watching her do all this stuff, so he's angry at her because that's how they work.
All right.
All right.
I have another comlink back at home. If you help me get out of this jam.
Roll an extra 2 dice since you're bribing him.
1 more hit.
No, won't change anything. He'll still give you a 1 and a 1.
Sounds good.
1 edge and 1 to your firewall. All right. So she has gained admin level access to your setup, and now she is going to reboot your legs. It is an electronics plus logic, and you get your willpower plus your firewall.
Willpower plus my firewall.
All right, and electronics.
All right, I'm going to use. I have what 2 extra edge, and then I will spend 2 edge to make her reroll.
I think I just closed her character sheet out. Where did it go? So you're making her reroll.
I have 5 personal edge, so I just got a free one, right? And then
Yes.
I have a higher DR than what you said. What was her attack rating again?
14.
Okay, my DR is okay, so I don't get the additional one. All right, so I only get 1 edge. So then I'll spend a total of 4 edge to make her reroll.
All right. Make sure I'm doing this right. Electronics plus logic. 2! Awesome.
Who ties go to me, right?
That is correct.
Yeah.
All right. Do you have a description of what just happened, or do you want me to do it?
I could feel my legs getting all noodly, and he just kind of like just just hits his kneecaps as he's running, just like nope, stay
and
with
the little guy's sitting there shooting out little bolts of electricity.
Yeah.
And you keep running. All right. That's her one major action. So, the other thing she's done, you are on an AR, correct?
Yes.
She's tagged you and geolocated you. So right now, you're very aware that you are sending out a ping. Do you have any kind of jamming device that might help you at this time?
On me at this moment, no.
No. Okay. Well, the little guy can't help you because he's currently electrifying your legs as you rush through this crowd of people. The derelict individuals, the burning cans, the streets down here. It's a very enclosed space. There's slow-moving small vehicle traffic and very little openings. As we move into this next round, let's go ahead and get the next initiative. You have definitely made it a distance, and you find that as you're going down the street, you're taking what looks to be an on-ramp or an off-ramp heading toward the higher part of the city. All right. Your comm...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Does my comm work yet?
Yes, it's just now starting to... It's turned on and says, I have signal. Boo, boo, boo. You have mail. Boo, boo.
He's like, yeah, I'll have to get back to that, and I'm going to immediately try to contact Arkle and Convoy.
Awesome. At that same time, our Cole Gross says, I found him. He just came back online, or at least I'm detecting his signal. And he tells you that from a distance. I'm not there right now, but I can be. Convoy and our Cole at the same time, telepathically or through your comms, a text message in the voice of Steel Tiger comes in to both of you guys. You're basically a little group chat. Steel Tiger, what do you say?
He is going to send him a map of like my location in AR as I'm like, I guess running with my pants just on, just holding my feet, running down the 405, whatever. It's just like I'm I have a bit of a situation, guys. I need your assistance.
Immediately, our Cole will attempt to latch on to the signal that he has sent to us about where it is in order to go ahead and get it uploaded into the car.
Okay. The dashboard changes over to display a three-dimensional map. And this, of course, startles the tiny little spriteling that's on the dashboard, but the map does show an overlay of the roadway and where you're headed and starts laying out possible new directions in which you could go.
And since our Cole and Convoy are now the only ones in the car that got this message, I feel the need to let, Nova and Rhea in on all this, just to say, we found Steel Tiger.
Huh? Really? Oh, where is he? What happened?
And then I'm just going to gesture at the dash, at the dash where all the where the big 3D map is, and go like, right about there. He's in trouble.
Oh, do I have to turn the thing on? Oh, fine. Okay, hold on. I turn on my AR just to see what the heck they're talking about for 2 seconds.
So Rhea doesn't feel bad. Our Cole is going to forward the message to her.
Okay.
Just as like a.
Well, I mean, I can turn it on for a second and, just look for a second, right?
Yeah, and you guys can have like a chat or direct messaging linking all of you guys in, and then maybe if you really kind of feel like it, you could add Nova to this like group messaging.
Yeah, we definitely need to get her in on this. I don't know. I see what you're talking about now.
You also see the tiny little spirit thing on the dashboard.
Yeah, well, little chunky guy, little chunky guy. I figured that was going on, but I feel like we've seen that before, once or twice. But yeah, what's he doing? He's just, he doesn't look like he's in a car. We can see his little thing on the map, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, he doesn't look like he's in a car.
He's moving pretty fast. We'll just try to get to him as fast as we can.
You wouldn't happen to have a shirt in your. You wouldn't have a shirt in Big Mama, would you? I could borrow. He says it's.
I mean, Convoy's got like 17 of them.
I got a bunch of them back there.
Convoy, what's the ETA on getting to his location? And then I ready my gun.
About 3 minutes, depending. Well, actually, by obeying all the traffic laws, he is probably about 7.5 to 8 minutes away.
Oh, dude, I'm a super pedestrian. Screw all the traffic laws.
No, we have to follow the laws too.
I am gonna tell everyone to buckle up, and I will jump in to Mama Bear.
Okay. Do you want to drive faster than the speed limit to get there?
I sure do.
All right. That, of course, will start your code blue or your rigger's Overwatch.
As we're speeding off, I'd like to see about being able to go into the Matrix and shut down these radar/security cameras.
On the drive over?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You would want to tell the local system that you guys don't exist for just a short period of time. You've got a couple of Matrix tricks up your sleeve in which you could do that. An example would be causing them to reboot, but you need admin access on the city's grid, which is possible, and then you can shut them down as you need, but you'll have to be an admin for that to work out to your benefit. You could break into the city's host and leave a data bomb and definitely give them something better to deal with. What would you think? Now, those are just some suggestions. You get to do whatever you want your character to do.
So do we already know he's being chased or followed?
It depends if anybody takes advantage of their image links and then kind of like pop over there to see. That would be something you could do.
You cut my field of view into some Michael Bay film. There's helicopters, explosions.
So Steiger, do you know if you're being followed? We can talk, right?
I am definitely being followed.
Do you know how many you have on you? Do I need to astral project over there and check it out?
By all means, please do.
Okay.
But I believe there's only one of note chasing me at the moment. But I think we might have to go back, or at least I need to go back to that compound and deal with them in some form at some point.
Okay, well we'll deal with that another day. But yeah, I'll check to see what else you got on your ass. I mean, but.
Not fine.
So
All
close.
right.
Well, if I had some sort of vengeance to take, then I wouldn't put it past our Cole to try to set a data bomb, but considering that this is going to be more of getting over there for a rescue, effectively, I believe he'd try to jam the signals.
Jam the signal. There's only one person who would try to use raspberry jam. Lone Star. Jamming the signal action turns wireless device you're using into a local jammer. As long as you do not use the device for any further matrix action, the device adds any hits you get on the test to the noise rating for all the matrix actions conducted by targeting any device within a... So, unfortunately, the cameras and the microphones and stuff like that won't receive any jamming if they are hardwired in. That would be the kisbit to that. And you would want to surpass the city's natural, noise reduction, which is about 3. So you're going to want 3 hits to jam all of the local cameras and recording devices as you pass through, so that they lose a couple of seconds of recording time.
Just as we fly by through their shot?
Yeah. 3 of them. At least 3.
Got it.
Of course, this is because it's not a well-maintained or a very populous place. As far as it goes for astral projecting, Rhea will need to do a sensing roll, and that's it, because getting over to his location will allow you to see around him and all the people, but a sensing will allow you to see magical things, magical activities, as well as be able to understand the intricate patterns and moving around that are taking place around Steel Tiger. So that would be a sensing roll. I know the person who is physically following him. Let's check to see if this guy is able to make any kind of stealth. I doubt he's going to be able to pay attention to... Oh, he is an astral chameleon. Look at that. That's not going to help him out at this moment in time.
Mm-hmm.
But nonetheless. All right, so there's a guy following. I'm going to set that at 2 net hits for you to find him. 3 net hits to turn off all the cameras on the way over there. And Convoy, you are sliding into Big Mama, what are you trying to do?
Mostly I'm diving in so that I can run some programs on my RCC that are going to keep us stealthy.
Good.
Yeah.
And what level of stealth is this?
It gives me the let's see. Run silent, run deep. This I get a sleaze attribute equal to the rating, which is 6.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm guessing that's plus logic, since I'm jumped in. And it basically gives me that stealth against matrix perception checks. But I'll also, hopefully, between that and my changing like the my spoof kit on Mama Bear, as well as my X Grid override, that'll hopefully keep us quiet.
Excellent. All right, so the first thing that's going to happen as soon as you start speeding, there are more than just cameras and microphones that are going to be picking you up, but you're going to gain an edge over them because he's doing what he's doing. And then you can spoof basically the localized indicators for stoplights and stuff like that to turn them so they match what you're doing. And you're using your spoof program, which is, I do believe,
Emergency override.
Yes,
That's
emergency
program.
override allows you to spoof. You can do that as an outsider, so all you're doing is a cracking and logic versus the data processing and firewall of the city's traffic systems.
Okay, I gotta add.
All right, let's do that real quick.
In.
I'm not sure what button to press either.
On your character sheet, on the left-hand side, or across the top, you'll see there's buttons that says core, arms, gear. Make sure you're on core.
Okay.
Scroll down, it'll be on the left-hand side, and you're looking for the skill Assensing.
I don't have it.
You should. Hang on.
Okay. I was gonna say I don't remember that.
Oh, I apologize. I forgot they changed the name of it. It's Astrial.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
That's my bad.
It's okay. It's all good here. And am I still stunned a little bit from earlier?
Yes, but it's only 2, so you don't actually have any penalties.
Okay. I'm gonna take a hit off my Nick stick and get a 4.
Awesome.
Now that Convoy is distracted and I can vape in his car.
Yeah, he's out. He's in his crash seat.
I got sensors on the inside too.
So I'll deal with the. I'm gonna ask for forgiveness, not permission.
Yeah, Convoy's gonna crack the window next.
All right, Nova, it takes no time to load your weapon and get ready, but you still have a couple of minutes. Is there anything else that you would like to do while you are hanging out in the cab? And they're all asleep now.
No.
Okay. Yeah, because all of them just went.
I'm used to people just passing out randomly. It's fine.
It's us.
All right. Following rounds. Initiative from Steel Tiger. Initiative from Rhea. You'll be using your Astral initiative. Where the heck was that one at?
Where?
That one's going to be in the module above the skills one.
I see Matrix, Cold Sim, Hot Sim, but I guess that's because I'm looking at a Decker.
I think it is you just click initiative.
Okay.
Max, if you want to, I think that there's a clock symbol on your tools on Roll20. If you click that, that'll turn the turn counter on. It should pop up.
Should be on the left toolbar.
And
Oh,
then
it did stuff.
Yeah, if everyone wants to click on their icon in Roll20 and then hit your initiative button, it'll put you into that turn order and help you keep track of that.
Aw, damn. All right, well, I'm going to re-push my button and see if that works.
I do not have control over my token, so I cannot click it.
So you just don't get an action. That's all.
Um,
We're all there. We're there.
You can auto add it if you right click the token, and you can click add turn and manually add a token to initiative.
So I also on my character sheet in Photoshop, I have 7 plus 2d6 as my astral initiative,
Yes.
which seems I don't know if I need to like put it in this website somehow or
It says that you did 7 plus a d6, so it's just
that's my
needs to-
regular initiative, yeah.
So you need like a d6 more because you're doing all the astral stuff. And we will work to figure out how.
Yeah.
I'm not looking at your sheet right now, so I'd have to bring it up. But give me 1 second, and I will.
That's okay.
All right, click on you. Well, you don't even have your magic up here.
Mm-mm. Everything's a little wonky.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at that. Look at that. You're not even listed as being awakened. Where do we do that? Magic, spells, prep, rituals, meta. There it is. Nope. There was a little, hang on, I know this one. I've done this before. There's a little box we have to click to say that you're a magic user. Is it under notes? Nope. Nope. Rolls? Nope. Magic. There's a box somewhere in here. And we click it, and it says that you are awakened. And then
It's the spinning wheel next to core, between core and the die.
oh yeah, there it is.
Oh.
Click that awakened button, and then now look what happens.
There it is.
Yes.
Okay, there's all the buttons that we needed. Okay, cool, neato.
Do it again.
Okay.
Let's. How do we get rid of you out of that?
Out of what?
Oh, she's not even in it. So Rhea, click on your token and then
Yes.
click on your initiative roll.
Neat.
Zaw.
Let's go.
Excellent. We got that figured out. Now, if we can only figure out how Steel Tiger works.
Thank you, Amber.
Yeah, right.
Well, in the meantime, let me see if I can find your icon, and I will. Okay, maybe not. I will try to get it to do your initiative. This is great. We're spending time together trying to figure out how this program works.
Learning,
So
we're growing.
What?
So we're learning and we're growing.
Yeah. All right. So I left clicked, and we have advanced. What am I doing again?
So I think you click on his icon and
Check.
then it should say add turn or manually add turn or something.
Yeah,
Oh,
right.
yep, I
right.
see it. I did that, and he's there now.
And then it puts it as
Says-
0, and you can click in and change the number manually.
Sweet.
mine-
And what did you get?
5.
5. Got it.
25.
25.
25. Got it. I promise you, I heard 5.
I heard 5 too.
Oh, good. I didn't want people to be like, all right, stop fucking around. I mean, F fragging around.
Not even me.
It's worse
Don't worry.
than me.
Don't worry. We'll cut it in post.
Max.
And I've never seen the button myself, but I think there's something that'll sort your turn order for you.
There is that one.
Descending.
Oh, that just moves it. Never mind.
You can click descending, maybe, and it'll.
Oh, look at that. Under the gear, there's one that says descending. We can also make it alphabetical. But I think we're good.
Do you,
All right,
Do you
cool.
want us all in there, or just?
No, just the people I called out.
Okay, great.
Why is Lily and Ruth in there? She is not part of this game. Oh, her token's still on the board, but somehow she still has initiative. I mean, you guys can't see her token, but I can. Anyways, Steel Tiger, you're up first. To the person who removed that, thank you.
Do I see the cavalry in the distance?
No.
Okay. Do I see the lady behind me?
She's not behind you. She's a digital icon floating beside you. Grandmotherly lady, individual curly hair, little bits. She's like, you just need to calm down. Listen, you're a crim, and that's just, you've been found. We're taking you to the authorities. It's the right thing to do. There's a bounty on your head. You're worth money to a corporation.
Well, you can tell Renraku, like you've never met me, and then I can make it worth your while.
She's like, well, they're pretty much offering a lot of money for you to begin with, so let's go ahead and get those legs shut down for you. All right, do you want to do 2 rounds of burst running through the crowds?
Yeah, I have no way that I can personally interact with this icon, so running is just my only option at this point. So yeah.
Okay, so 2 rounds of burst. Oh, hey, Grouse. You need to roll an initiative for Grouse, Arcole. And he works off your initiative.
Oh, off of my initiative.
Yes. All right, Grouse. I'm pretty sure she's got better stats than Grouse. And he's a 3. So yeah, she'll go first. There we go. All right, so she's going to try it again. The little guy is still giving you aid. Your firewall is increased by 1. He is giving you an edge, and she is going to, since she has admin, shut down your legs. Double checking what I need to do, and if I remember correctly, reboot is electronics plus logic, and you are rolling willpower plus firewall.
Alrighty.
Hex Baron has gotten 4 hits.
Boop.
3 hits. Do you got anything that can pull this one out? You still have an edge from the little guy.
I'll use an edge and a personal edge. I think I need 2 to make to reroll, right? Wait, what is it? Edge actions. Edge spins. Oh, I will double down. Why not?
Sweet.
I'll add 3 wild dice.
Whoa! Do it. I haven't seen wild dice yet. How does it look like anything happened?
I rolled a 1, so when you roll a 1 on the wild dice, it takes out like what 3 hit. It essentially negates my hits. And I think I glitched. So yeah, you take my legs.
All right, she takes your legs.
My legs.
The little guy is struggling as best as he can. As she realizes what's going on, she swoops in and gives a quick thump, sending him flying into the ethereal. Dispersed for only a moment, he might reform. You don't know how these things work out, but he is definitely gone for the moment. That cuts everything, and her active icon and program then surges in. Your legs freeze up, and Arcole, Grouse tells you, I can see him, and someone is there shutting off his cyberware. So you are aware of what's going on. Rhea, you also see that he has started to stumble and fall. And since he had been sprinting for 3 rounds, double sprint, we're going to assume you're probably traveling faster than 15 miles an hour. Right? That sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Do you have some sort of protective armor or anything?
Just all my limbs are made out of, steel.
Metal? Okay, yeah, maybe wrap the arm with the arm around your head so that,
Yeah.
as you roll down the... Because you roll into people. A few of them get knocked over, others plow into you and whatnot, and finally you come pressed up against a dumpster that's got trash around it and stuff like that before you come to a stop. Not without making some sparks and bouncing down the roadway as you've done so. Yeah. She kind of laughs. Oh my goodness. See what you done to yourself? That's some valuable merchandise you're scratching up there. Now please, because I want to get the most money out of your ass, out of your cyberware, don't scratch it up anymore.
Yeah. About that. Convoy, how far away are you?
All right. Grouse is there. Like I said, he can see, and Rhea is there as well. So Grouse will let you know his legs have been shut down. There is another hacker here at location, and she is currently pinning him down and turned off his cyberware. Now he would like to go and take care of her if he can, if you're going to, otherwise he'll stay here and try to get his cyberware back up and running. But since he's your PMAX, what he wants to do and what he will do will differ. So you get to make this call. What do you want him to do?
I think because of the situation that Gross would attempt to help from as hidden of a position as he possibly could.
Okay. Boop, 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 boop.
So I can only see him. I can only see Steel Tiger.
And all the people around him. There's a lot of people in the streets around him. He is not... It's a crowded area.
So is somebody physically on top of him?
No. The person that they're talking about in the chat is in the Matrix. So you cannot see that person.
Can Gross tell if this is an active ongoing program or if it was just like a signal sent, boom, shut down?
This is it was a reboot, so his legs are going to be coming back on shortly.
Okay.
So he's basically pinned down for a round. For whatever reason, she just made him stop running. There it is. So, since he's going to try to help him, and he knows that that he's rebooting and not being shut down, he's going to try to, because she's an active persona, he's going to probe.
Cracking?
Yes. Probe her persona, so that he can gain admin or user level access over her deck.
And do I get the specialty bonus on this?
To
probe.
Do you get it? He does not. His probe is based off of cracking plus logic versus her willpower firewall. You create an exploit. Duration of the back door, number of... Okay, so she's... And his... Where is his stats at? There's a data processing of 2, firewall of 3. That's a total of 5 for his defense. Ugh, this will be choppy for him. And so he has 6 dice to try to probe her, and 2 edge if he wanted to try to get that started so that maybe he can attempt a backdoor entry. Either that, he would just do a data spike.
Let's just send out a data spike.
Sounds good. All right, so that's going to be 6 dice. She's definitely going to have the advantage when she realizes that she's being attacked by him. Because he's not that strong, but...
Got it. So I gotta go and do extended view.
That's fine. As long as we don't mess with the cameras. Oh, and we should probably plan to, after this quick round, go to a commercial.
Yes.
He's got 2 successes. All right, and she's doing a... Data processing plus firewall. Yeah, that's what it is. I thought you would roll that. Okay, never mind. It's not going to roll it. I got to push the button. I got to push this button. Just to get this done. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. She got 4 to defend. He got 2, it looks like. All right, so he attempts the data spike, but she defends. And now she has an edge that she can work with. All right. For his minor action, he'll inform you what he just tried to do, and that his presence is now known. And so as a minor action, he'll retreat some. Rhea, you got 3 successes on your astral earlier. You can see that there is someone amongst the crowd of people who has a potent magical signature, a fingerprint of some kind, and they are headed toward Steel Tiger. When you arrived, you saw Steel Tiger. You also saw this person running through the crowds. And now that Steel Tiger has gone down, this person is continuously running through the crowds.
Can I tell about what their ETA to him is?
Next round.
Okay.
And they have what looks to be a... Oh, you made 3 successes. They have a foci weapon in hand.
Any specifics?
It just seems to be a magical staff of some type, and this person's running pretty quickly.
Potentially a mage?
Yes, potentially a mage. With a magic stick.
Could I see that, like, wouldn't their astral signature be, like, pretty unique?
Oh, yeah.
Because they're a mage?
Super unique. Oh, yeah, super unique, yep.
Okay, so, they're a little magical.
Yes.
At least a little bit magical.
Just a little
Okay. Okay, cool. Oh, nice. Can I go report back yet?
Of course, because you,
Okay.
although you're in the Matrix, you can then from your body use the comm that you have to tell everybody what you're seeing. And you
So
could
I'm-
also still take an action, because it was last round that you learned this information, and now we're at a first full round of combat.
Okay, but so if I'm in the astral, my body's asleep,
Yes.
but I can still talk.
You can still communicate with the comm that is part of the specialized cybernetics that you have.
Okay. So I'm just gonna relay this information to my team.
Yes.
Hey, yo, team! They got a little magic person with a little magic thingy in their hand, and it's not good. It's not a good situation. We need to get there quick.
Did you want to try to do something to this mage?
Mm. Let me see. Well, I don't really know anything about them.
No.
Except for the fact that they have like a staff.
They have
So I
a
wonder
yep.
if I should talk with my team first to see what they want me to do.
That'll be fair. And why don't we take a quick 5-minute break? And then when we get back, that'll give you a chance to powwow with your team and come up with a cool action to do.
A cool plan.
Yeah.
Ah,
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood. We mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
She says spell like 92 times. Spell, 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 spell,
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
Hi,
There you go.
Thank you for thank you everyone for sticking around and learning with us. Now that we're back, I need everyone to do something for me. You need to enter in tonight's drawing for a PDF copy of the Shadowrun novella Mercy Streets. I'm having a hard time with words today. Just type hashtag RunPC into the chat for an entry to win, and every 100 bits donated is another entry, and if you subscribe to Gen Con TV, you'll get 7 more entries. We'll announce the winner at the end of the show, and you'll be contacted through Twitch Whispers. Now let's get back to the fight at hand.
Oh boy. So, like I said, the man with the stick, the mage with the stick, he's charging. You've informed your team. What would you like to do, Rhea?
Well, I'd like to ask for some opinions, because I have options. I could either just go loud and lob an ice spear at this guy just to slow him down. Get us a little more time to get to our target. I also got stun bolt if we want to go for one of those guys. I can always sustain armor on myself, or I can give it to Steel Tiger and then throw another spell out. I need opinions. What's going on, guys? What do you guys have?
I'm going to assume that I'm in the chat now and I can hear this.
Mhm.
So my only response to you is Geek the Mage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rule 1, mage.
I have some bad news. Because you are in the Astral, the only spell that's going to be able to affect him is going to be your stun bolt.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. I can once we get there, we can do more if I don't get drained. Should I risk it for the biscuit and potentially not be able to do stuff when we actually get there? Or should I hold off, maybe armor or something? should we go defensive right now, or just like still want me to geek him?
Definitely.
Okay.
Go hard in the paint. Go big or go home.
All right. So, do you remember how this works?
Kind of. So,
All right.
question for you, Max.
Yes.
Can this person affect my astral form?
They have to be able to affect the astral by having something specific to do that. Like being able to see into the astral and then attack you with something that would be in an astral. So if that person had a stun bolt, then the answer is yes, they can hit you. If they were a dual-natured creature of some type, the answer would be yes. From what you see a mage with a stick who is not peering into the astral. So there's a great possibility that you are safe.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna risk it because I mean they've have a foci, so that probably means that they've spec'd into focusing, whatever that's called. The
Adept.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Then most likely means that they're not like aspected. Yeah. What is that? What is that? Full Metal Alchemist alchemy. There you go.
Alchemy. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm not even gonna bother with any defensive. I'm just gonna try to stun to slow.
So a stun bolt is a direct combat spell. So you need to roll your sorcery plus magic. It will be opposed by his willpower and intuition. The net hits are the damage you do. Now you can start off by amping it up, which will make it harder for you on the drain, but will allow you to do more damage. That's a choice you get to make before casting. But first we have to compare magic ratings. And his magic defense rating is... It's a button here. I'm just going to push it and see what happens. What happens if I push this button? I didn't tell you to roll. I guess that's what that does. It rolls for you. That's not what I wanted to do. Anyways.
Spoilers, his name is Jeffrey Meehan.
He is. His name's Jeffrey.
Ew.
Well, I mean, if I put up there and it said Combat Adept Mage Circle 7 or something, you guys would be like, oh, look, there's some... No. Just give him a fake name. It's much easier to work with.
Okay. How do I... You want me to roll what again? Sorry.
I gotta remember the defense rating. In the case of multiple targets, highest defense rating, attacks rating, and magic user position. Defense rating is normal if the defender has material... See page 161. Gotta do some math. Gosh. It's on page 61.
I believe he said magic plus sorcery.
Okay, almost there. We're on 161. Defense rating, attack rating is magic plus your tradition, and defense rating is intuition plus any innate armor that you have. This guy does not have any innate armor, and his intuition is a 2. What is your attack rating?
My attack rating.
It's going to be your magic plus your logic because you're a hermetic mage.
Magic plus logic 9.
So he has a 2, you have a 9. That means there's a difference, a greater difference than 4. So you get an edge because you're the stronger mage here.
I thought. Wait, the difference is 4.
Greater. Sorry, the difference is greater than 4.
Gotcha. Okay, I was gonna say that math ain't mathin', but okay, cool.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
My bad.
It's okay. It's okay.
All right. So we had to do that first because, you know, that edge can give you benefits when you do this stuff. You're like, hey, I want to re-roll this one and stuff like that. Now you're going to roll your sorcery plus your magic.
Okay, so that's 11, but I don't. Is there a button to press, or do I have to manually input?
There should be a button for sorcery.
There is a button for sorcery. Oh, and then attribute magic. So I just press sorcery.
Yes.
Cool.
Ta-da! 4. And
Ta-da!
now I hit the direct magic defense button, and I get 1. So you do 3 points of stun to this guy.
Okay.
All right, and you must resist a drain of 3. So go to
Can
your
I
magic
modify?
tab. What's that?
Can I boost it before I drain resist?
Boost what?
Because my drain resist is logic plus willpower.
Yes.
So that's only an 8. But did you say I had an edge to use?
Yes, you received a temporary edge for this round of combat because you're a better spellcaster than this guy is.
Okay, so if there's a little thing that says modifier 0.
Yes.
Do I need to change that to 1?
No.
Oh. Okay.
You would use your edge because your character has edge, right?
Well, I have a 1.
You can spend like 4 edge to pre-edge your roll, so any 6 that you have can roll another time.
Okay.
How much edge does your character actually have? Let's see. Where's Rhea at?
I mean, native
On your
1.
sheet, it says 1. So right now you have technically 2 edge.
Okay. So I can't do that.
No, you couldn't do it.
Okay.
But you could +1 single die. You could spend 2 edge, and you get 1 die. You get to add 1 to a single die. Maybe it makes a 4 or 5. You could do that for 2 edge points.
Okay. But I have to go ahead and just do the drain roll first.
Yeah.
So if you do the drain roll and you're like, oh man, I need to increase the die, 2 edge points.
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and resist drain. But I got 4 hit.
Awesome. Which means you resist the drain. And you do 3 stun to this dude. 3 stun. Which means he now has a -1 to all his actions.
All right. No, good idea, Nova. Big success. Big success.
I have a question for you. If you go to your magic tab and click on it, do you see the list of all your spells?
Mm-hmm.
You can then click on the spell and then it'll roll specifically for that spell, if you'd like.
Wait, do
yes.
it. Click it.
Okay.
I gotta see this happen. Wow. I did not know that would happen.
I see. I was just rolling what he told me to roll.
And then you can click on, I think, drain, and then that'll auto roll the drain for you on the results thing.
It won't let me click it.
Then never mind.
Okay, that's fine.
Learning.
Do I need to resist that drain too, or are we just okay? We're just going with it. We're just rolling with it.
Yeah. All right. So that's your major action. You for your round, you stun bolt the guy. In the real world, there is no magical blast or anything. Nobody sees anything. He's just like, oh, he can feel that he's suddenly a bit more fatigued as he's hauling butt towards Steel Tiger.
I probably see him stumble a little.
Yeah, just a little bit as he's getting closer. And now it's Steel Tiger's turn. The little icons pop up, then disappear into your system and let you know that your legs are back online. This dude comes running up. He's got a stick in hand, and he's ready to start swinging it at you.
Steel Tiger is going to feel that his legs are working, and he's going to roll up, and then he is just going to like a falcon punch him with his taser knuckles. Knuckle like right in the chin as he's trying to come in.
Okay. This dude has a DR of 10.
My attack rating. Where is my attack rating?
It's listed with your weapon, so you would want to look there to find it.
That shock limb would be 14.
All right, so you get an edge. Right, 3, and it was. Is this it? Yes. All right, so as you come up off the ground and swing with arm in arm, going for a knuckle sandwich, the man with the stick moves back deftly and uses his quarterstaff to push your arm. Is he disarming you? I don't know. This is very confusing. Anyways, he's pushing it out of the way so he doesn't get hit. Yeah. Any minor actions you want to do? We'll assume getting up was one of them.
Okay, that's one. Then I will move back 10 meters. Instead of just sprinting, I'll use a minor action to move back. It's kind of like spring back a little bit.
Do you want to head in the direction of your friends, or is there a different direction? Do you want to look for cover or some sort of obstacles or terrain that might help you in this fight?
I'm going to move back towards my friends, and then if there's if we're on like the interstate still, like the divide, if it's on the other side of the street, I'll try to hop behind that.
Sounds great. Yeah, you do that. Yeah. So you rush across the highway and jump the divide while there's like that slow moving small car traffic zipping all over the place.
Oh, Frogger time. I'm all about it.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, he will definitely be following after, but for now, let's do, a new initiative, right? Or are we at the top of the initiative?
Yeah, I am the top of the initiative, typically.
Right. Okay, got it. Yay, I figured it out. Is this him? What? Oh, I just got rid of somebody. Whoever I deleted, I'm sorry. My bad.
That was I think the guard.
That was? Oh, good. We didn't need him anyways. Come on, Jeffrey. Put your initiative in there.
It popped up.
Oh, good. There he is. Oh, it was Jeffrey. Gosh darn it, Jeffrey.
Wiccan Defwee.
Get your act together.
With a name like Jeffrey, what do you expect?
Mm-hmm.
Struggling here. All right. Who's next on the list? That's
You
our
should
call.
going to re-roll, right?
Yeah, we should re-roll.
Sounds good.
Now that I just figured out I deleted my character or my NPC. How do I clear this? Remove all.
Don't do that. Don't do that. No.
Too late. I just did it.
It's okay.
All right, everybody, undo everything I just got rid of.
You'll just have to manually add ST back into it.
You have to add me back. And then I got a 32 this time.
I'm just adding everybody. All right, cool. Everybody's been added. Let's see. What did he get? He got 16. Where you at, Jeffrey? He's going on 16. Who is this? This is... There we go. All right, 32. Who's next on that list? I added everybody. Rhea.
Yeah, or no?
Yeah or no on what?
Oh, if Convoy and I are joining in on that yet? Or another round?
Yes.
So I've already gone this round,
No,
right?
this
Like
is a new round.
they didn't do anything last round.
Who didn't?
I feel like
He
Nova
went first. He ran up.
and-
No, you were at the end of last round, so everybody went before you. I promise.
Enough yet for us to join the fight physically.
Gotcha.
Because of his previous actions, descriptions of bringing down the system, I'm assuming that this is the turn that you guys will be arriving at, and so I kind of wanting, your input and actions for when you get to the scene. Does that answer?
So
Yes,
we're all
you're good.
rolling initiative now?
Yes.
Okay.
What did Convoy get? Oh, it automatically put it in there. I don't even have to put it in. That's so great. All right, now do not remove all. Just hit descending. Steel Tiger, you're up first.
You're muted.
Hey, Chris. Hey, Chris, you're muted.
Sorry. Yeah, like how disattached is my arm? Is it like a ball and socket I can just plug in and it'd be like boop boop boop, or do I have to like surgically have that thing put back on?
Plug it in. Plug it in. Plug it in like a Glade plug-in potpourri device.
Perfect.
But
yeah.
you need someone to turn it on.
Okay, yeah. I just don't want to actually physically be holding it forever, so I'm just gonna go ahead and plug it back into the shoulder socket, and then I'm going to actually just start shooting this guy from over the berm or the divide. I'm gonna stick the one arm in the socket and then pull back out the SMG, and then I'm going to make burst at him from over the.
Yes. Again, his defensive is a 10. He is definitely within the close range value for your SMG.
Close range, is 14.
All right, so you get an edge for that. All right. He's going to utilize cover by being behind vehicles that are moving towards you or by you, since there's traffic. What did cover do again? I read that earlier today.
Cover, I believe, gives you additional dice to your defense roll.
It does. I'm trying to think.
It depends on what kind
fire
of cover
from cover.
It goes from 1 to 4, and then
Here we go.
Dice.
1 quarter, 1/2, 3/4, or all. I'm gonna say because it's moving vehicles, it's a half, so it gives him 2 extra dice to his defense. And then I'm gonna just drop 2 more. Both of them are 6s, so he gets a total of 6 for his defense. So you spray at him, and he dodges behind a small, ghost-driven delivery truck of some type that you plow several rounds of ammunition. Is this a full burst?
Yes.
So about 10 rounds of ammo into it. Just eating it alive. The vehicle shuts down. It starts calling for an emergency as the guy's hunkered behind it. So you have, what, 2 minor actions left?
Yeah, and then I'm gonna like Arkle, a little help. It would suck if my legs gave out while I'm trying to cross the street here. And he's gonna then move another 10 meters towards the mama bear. Assuming she's still coming up that way.
You guys in Mama Bear can see the gunfire over the median. And by the way, you are at least 3 times the size of every piece of traffic down here.
Let me see. I'm trying to see the range on. I don't know if him calling out to me, does that give me
You'll have
a
to
call
wait
to
until-
action there? Okay.
Oh.
I think it makes you wait until your turn to actually do your stuff.
Yes.
You respond to him in that turn and say, got you, or whatever.
I got you soon.
But now, it is Nova's turn.
Okay. Well, I observed where and who he was shooting at. Do I have view from the angle that we're coming at to see the guy hiding behind the truck?
You do.
Amazing.
And
I lean out
cover-
the window.
The cover of the truck does not protect him from here.
Perfect. So yeah, I take my upper body out the window and I aim both of my Ares predators and I let fire.
All right. I'm going to assume based on the distance that you're at, you're near and not close. So his defense rating is a 10.
Are you asking about my defense rating?
No, your attack rating at near value for your Ares predator. With your ranged weapon, there'll be a C, an N, and M.
Yeah, near is 10.
So you guys are matched. No one has an edge. All right, roll your dice. This is his.
So this is for the first gun.
Oh yeah.
And I get a +1 dice pool because it's wireless.
Nice.
Okay, there you go. And I don't know why the mode says SS. I definitely set it to burst fire.
Burst fire is what, an additional 2 damage or something like that?
Let's check. I shoot narrow burst, which increases your attack. Okay. Firing modes. Burst fire, you got a fancy gun, blah, blah. You fire 4 rounds in an attack. You shoot a narrow burst. This decreases the attack rating by 4 and increases the damage by 2. Or make a wide burst and you split your dice pool between 2 targets and count each as a single attack mode. So you were doing a narrow burst at him?
I guess?
Yeah, wide burst is for when you want to split it up between 2 targets.
Yeah, so just be focused on him, so it would be narrow.
All right, so your attack rating goes down by 4, which means he gains an edge. Or he gains edge in this situation. I should say it that way. And does he have actually edge? He has 2 edge. And now he will defend. He defends the first one. He does not defend the first one, but he knocks 3 hits off. And the second one, he knocks 2 hits off. So both of them end up being 3 hits in total. And so the damage on your gun is
3p.
So that makes it 6p on each of them. And that's a body roll, if I remember correctly. Can you get off my book? Thank you. Whew. About to lose my Shadowrun book to a kitten.
Attack tonight, huh?
Mm-hmm. So I hit body, right? Attribute. Body. Submit?
I think you just hit like soak damage or something.
Why did it just do body plus body? Where's soak damage at?
On core combat.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, you see it?
Yeah, we got 1 and then 5. So
I'm going to spend 4 edge
Mhm.
and make you re-roll those 5 successes on that second roll. So roll
Okay.
die and whatever that is.
0.
Tasty, man. It's tasty.
All right.
Chef's
So
kiss.
The first one blocked only 1, so that's 5, plus this one's all 6. That's 11. He is now at 0 as far as his condition monitor is concerned. Can he, with his 3 edge, do anything with this? Negate 1 edge of a foe. Ooh. You spend 2 of your own edge, but one vanishes from your opponent of choice. Gosh, I don't know if you can de-edge somebody's edge action. I'm going to say no. So yeah, he goes down.
Thank you.
That would be silly, because then it's like, I spend an edge to stop you from spending an edge. I'll spend 2 edge to stop you spending 2 edge.
He
Nobody
goes
needs
down
that,
forever.
right? Nobody got time for that kind of stuff. All right, Steel Tiger, as you're calling out for R. Cole and trying to stay behind cover, you just obliterated that truck. You can hear the roaring sound of Big Mama coming down the roadway, and the passenger window rolls down. An unknown individual leans out and begins opening fire, spraying into the location. And you see the stick-wielding individual get flung out from behind the truck's carcass and goes to the ground.
He's going to see this new person leaning out of the truck. Good shooting. And then he's going to say, kind of private message to the rest of the group. Is this the meat?
My response is get in the vehicle.
I mean,
Convoy,
yeah,
your turn is up while they're having their chat.
That's great. I will, if I have to, since I am in Hot Sim, I get extra minor actions. If I have to, I'll use a minor action to send a chicken leg emoji back. And then, can you describe the scene for me a little bit?
Sure.
Where is Steel Tiger?
You have total 4 lanes, 2 on either side. There's a large concrete dividing barrier going down the middle. On either side of the road, which they are kind of compact for being 2 lanes, there are 2 lanes of traffic of small vehicles, like small compact, subcompact cars and trucks that have now come to a near halt as gunfire has erupted, and the ghosts and people that are driving them this early in the morning are trying to get to cover, or at least dodge and weave, because their sensors have gone off. There are buildings and tunnelway on both sides. Everything down here is a massive tunnel, and then the buildings are built into the rock facings on either side. And from where you're coming down, you come down an off ramp, and down this section, the street lights are ahead of you. There's an intersection beyond them, so you've got an intersection close to you, an intersection on the other side of them. Yeah.
Okay, and Steel Tiger is not in. Basically, he's on the other side of a divider.
Yes, where you are in the inbound, we'll say he's on the other side, the outbound traffic.
Okay. In that case, and did the mage get geeked? Did I hear that correctly? Or is...
Yes.
Okay, great. Then I'm just gonna. I don't think I see any other threats at the moment, so I'm going to. Are there? Do I see any other threats? Maybe that's the question I should ask first.
Yes. Well, you remember that there was your persona that was hovering around Steel Tiger, dropping some serious data action on him. So she is still around, and she's still next to him. She hasn't done anything in a hot minute, because she's kind of like maybe watching. Maybe she lagged out. Who knows?
Okay. That is good to know. Okay, in that case, can I? Sorry, I'm gonna need to ask a question here. I've got a couple of programs that I could probably use. I've been getting updates about Steel Tiger's arm. Is it booted up yet?
I'm assuming not. I just plugged it in. He said I'd need someone to turn it on for me.
Someone to turn it on for you.
Yeah.
I guess, you know what? I'll try to do a little crash and burn then, I guess, and see if I can... Oh, wait, no, I can't. That's vehicles or drones only. I can't do that. I don't have anything to actually directly affect this this icon. So, I want to get basically as close as I can to him. I don't think there's a way I can cross this median.
Nope.
So I will instead. I'll send up Goose up into the air with a minor action, and I'm going to just kind of like survey the area. I'm going to shoot out a smoke grenade in order to give us some cover.
Nice. Okay.
And from Goose, Goose like comes up and go. Grenade goes out to give some cover, hopefully giving Steel Tiger room to come in, and then I'll basically just get so Steel Tiger can run to us, and the door will pop open so that Steel Tiger can jump in.
Right. So there is one other thing you can do. You can extend your pan to provide a firewall for Steel Tiger.
Oh, okay.
And that means whoever this other persona is would have to get through you to get to him.
Okay, I will definitely do that. I did not know I could have that ability.
Yeah, no. Basically, your Matrix defense becomes his Matrix defense.
Okay.
All you have to do is get him to give you permission. And I'm assuming this has happened in the past. So either you or Arcole has created a pan to protect everybody's devices.
Great.
Please,
yeah, I will absolutely do that. I will send that over to you.
I just sent you an invite. Can you join the chat, please?
Join the chat, please. Bing, bing, bing,
All
bing.
right.
Bing, bing.
Drone goes up, smoke grenades go down. Now, how close to the ceiling is the drone getting?
Not very. It's gonna stay pretty close, so it can jump right back in. It just needed a
Got it.
clearance to get some distance.
The ceiling is probably about 3 meters. All right, before we go to our last break, let's check who's next. And that would be her.
Ta-da.
And so as the smoke grenades start going off, those are electronic smoke grenades, right? Or are they mechanical?
I think they're mechanical. I did not specifically buy.
They have any kind of wireless feature on them?
I did not put one on them. I just paid for straight up smoke grenades.
Because sometimes you can buy a grenade. So she's definitely looking around for a moment. She sees what's going on, and she's going to try to tell your truck to reboot. And we'll figure that out when we get back from our break.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood. We mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
everyone. Thanks for sticking around. This is going to be your final opportunity to enter into tonight's drawing for a PDF copy of the Shadowrun novella, Mercy Streets. Just type hashtag RunPC into the chat for one entry, and every 100 bits donated is another entry. And if you subscribe to Gen Con TV, you'll get 7 more entries. We'll announce the winner at the end of the stream, and you'll be contacted through Twitch Whispers. Now let's get back to the action.
Electronics plus logic. She hits your truck, Big Mama, with 5 hits. You get to defend with your logic plus your willpower. Sorry, your logic plus your firewall. And remember, your RCC gives you some bonuses there.
It does. Okay. Bum.
Is it like a spirit bomb scenario? Can I lend him my 0 firewall? And
No, I have okay, so I have a 7 firewall. And you said plus logic, which is 4. So that's 11. I get 3 because I'm hot simmed in. Oh, actually, she has to go through my RCC to get to Mama Bear.
That's correct. That's what she's hitting.
Right?
Your RCC.
Oh, so she's hitting Mercy. Okay, great.
Yeah, so it's the firewall on your RCC plus your logic.
7 plus 4.
Plus 3 from being hot simmed in.
14.
Yep.
Great.
And do you remember from our conversation earlier today about the benefits? Was there a benefit? Where is that conversation at? Why isn't it loading? What did we say?
Well,
Nope.
I'm trying to. I have electronic warfare, but I don't think that's when I'm hot simmed.
Nope. I wrote it down. When jumped into a vehicle or drone, the control rig provides its rating as a dice pool bonus on all vehicles, guild tests, and a bonus edge. So what's its rating?
3. So that's my plus 3 that I mentioned. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. There you go. You got it all. All 14 dice ready to go.
Okay, 14, and I got an edge as well.
Mm-hmm. One, 2, 3, 4.
I'm gonna use. I'll use 2 edge since I got one right. Oops. To turn that 4 to a 5.
Oh.
And that'll. Yeah.
All right. Do you got a description of how this plays out?
I imagine. Since I'm kind of like conked out, I imagine like no one really sees it except for Nova, but like my hand goes up and just goes like just to like push it away. Like, the rest of my body completely numb, but like it just like pushes away the attack as if I'm just like wafting away a bad smell for a moment.
nice.
Awesome. All right. Well, that's her attempt. She's going to use her minor actions at this point in time, seeing the situation and with the grenades going off of the drone. And she's just going to start pulling back because now everybody is behind this wall. She sees the wall come up. And so she's like, I'm going to see if I can tap that wall. And she got nothing. You just waved your hand. So she begins to dissipate. All right. After her action, we come down to Arcole.
So as she begins to dissipate, I would like to, I believe it's trace, in order to figure out who she is linked to.
All right, trace icon. Electronics plus intuition versus her willpower and sleaze, or firewall and sleaze.
Sorry, one more time. What was the?
You're rolling your electronics and your intuition.
Got it. I may roll them. Okay.
And she needs to do...
Here, I'll go electronics first. And intuition. Is it okay for me breaking this down like this?
Well, you did electronics plus logic on that roll.
Oh, you're absolutely
yes. So what you would do is you would just change the attribute related to the little click down arrow thingy for the attribute.
I got it. I got it now.
I'll give it a try again. Do it again.
Got it. And electronics, I am not specialized in, but regular trained.
Okay. All right. Well, that's an interesting situation you have there. It's a
oof.
An oof.
Yeah.
But it's not it's not bad.
Have you used any edge yet?
No, I have not. How many is it to complete reroll?
4.
4? Yeah. I think it's worth the spend.
Do it.
Here's
because you just completely nothined.
Misconnection.
2 is nice. 2 is a nice number. Yeah, that's what I wanted you to roll. Why didn't you? Ugh. All right, you know what? Whatever. Where is it at? We'll push. It's this one plus this one. Submit. Matrix Sleaze. Check plus willpower. 4 hits. All right, so as you get started, something doesn't go too well, then you recuperate, but then at the same time, she just like mercilessly deflects whatever you attempt to do. Let's see how would that work out. Yeah, so you slide, you're in the Matrix, you see her, she's starting to disappear, move back and whatnot. You begin conjuring up a trace at this point in time, but something goes wrong when you bring that trace into existence as you begin prepping the program to fire it. You like look around and you fired at the last moment as she's disappearing. So there's like some difficulty. Maybe it's the connection down here or something. Got to move the antennas about. And as the trace flings out and it's nanoseconds of shooting across that minimal amount of space, she just like Convoy wafts a hand behind her, like shooing away a bad smell. And it dismisses your trace program.
Nothing but a fart in the wind.
Ooh.
I'm not even going to tell the group what I attempted to do. I'm just gonna pretend like I was concentrating on our next steps after.
Got it. Just hanging out. Next up, as we come to the end, is the Thugs. And then after the Thugs is going to be Ray. So the Thugs, and this is why, like, beforehand I was asked, hey, how much longer are we going to... I was like, well, you know, because of the smoke grenades. So, by the way, good call on the smoke grenades. So, stopping Steel Tiger, keeping him in one spot, he was being pursued by the Spellcaster. But the Spellcaster was not alone. Others were coming as well. And so the gang, who are now milling through the crowd, people have dispersed from the road. The ghosts have started driving, the auto drivers have started driving their little vehicles in different locations. The road is pretty much clear, but now there's smoke raining down everywhere. A collection of armed individuals can be seen through the haze. A little bit. You can shoot them if you so feel like wasting your bullets, but it's your bullets, you have to pay for them. They are not continuing forward. They have stopped what they're doing. They are on the other side of the smoke screen. They're away from you guys. They're not shooting. They've come to a hold. Amongst all these people, who you can see with baseball bats and guns, one person walks out and you see it's a woman, and she's coming out of the smoke cloud. Steel Tiger, you saw this woman earlier. She's got a stun baton now. She's got cracked skin, and it looks like she's orcish. And she looks at you guys at a distance, and because of the smoke and whatnot, and as it swirls around, and she makes a finger gesture, and a woman leaps from the smoke out and lands next to the downed mage, grabs him, and then she leaps and hustles in extraordinary human speed, taking him back into the smoke. And she begins to move back into the smoke as well. That's the end of the round on the thugs' turns. Rhea, since you are still in the astral, what you just saw, because you can still see through all the smoke and whatnot, a couple of these guys came forward. You can definitely pin them out and whatnot. A spellcaster of at least a decent amount of magic and power with a spirit of kin came out. This is a summoned spirit of some type, and she commanded the spirit to use one of its tasks to retrieve the spellcaster that you guys obliterated. And so what it did was grab it and use its super magical, spiritual, like, speedy maneuvers to yank his body out of there.
What kind of spirit was it?
A spirit of kin.
What does that mean?
K-I-N. It's kind of like a human.
Like her brother?
Yeah,
like
like
a
a
spirit of man.
Okay.
Spirit of man, spirit of woman, spirit of kin.
Okay. So I see all this go down.
And now
That's
it
it?
is your turn.
Okay.
Smoke is pouring out all over the place. Because you're in the astral, you can see through the smoke. It's not designed to block your vision. So you can see everybody, including the retreating mage and the spirit and the dead mage.
They're all retreating.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, the people with the baseball bats aren't. They're trying to seem imposing.
Okay. So threat over.
Pretty much.
I'm going to come out of astral space and update. Well, I assume we're all sort of coming out of our sleeps at this point and getting ready to take off. Or have we not gotten to that point yet?
That's
Team?
a you guys thing.
Team? All right, are we all good? It looks like they're backing off. We need to get out of here. They the big scary lady got a big scary kin spirit. Got their dead guy out of there, and they're gone. Are we gone too? Can we go that way? We have things to do. Are we good? Gucci, fam?
Breathe, Rhea. We'll be okay. We'll be okay.
I mean, everybody's still asleep. Like, these guys are still, like, knocked out and just chilling. Freaking Arkle, what are you doing? Arkle, what are you doing? I haven't seen you do anything.
Immediately after my failures, I've already come out, of anything that I was trying to do in the Matrix. And
what were you doing up in there, buddy?
I'm gonna open up my eyes and say, "Oh, I thought you guys would be done by now. I was just taking a quick nap. I knew that we had another big job ahead of us."
All right, get your beauty rest, boy. It's okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna ask Steel Tiger, do you have any wounds? Are you wounded?
Just my pride and my arm. I don't think I've taken any wounds to my flesh. Like,
Okay. Well, I don't have a healing spell for that. I'm sorry.
but we'll be okay.
I forgot to mention something real quick, and this might change Rhea's action, but when the spirit snatched him and took him back, I just rolled. The spirit made no effort to pick up any of his fallen objects, so that staff he was holding was left behind when they retreated. You were in the astral, you would definitely see a guy force rating 2 sitting on the ground. So, anyways, continue.
Well, I didn't know that.
I know, I'm just saying it now because I realized what her task was. So, I mean, if you want to get out of the truck and go get it.
I mean, how close are the guys that are standing there still looking menacing with their baseball bats?
5 to 6 meters away.
Okay. Can I come out of astral, cast invisibility, go grab the thing real quick, and come back?
You probably should tell somebody
Tell somebody.
that you're doing it, because otherwise you turn
Okay, well,
invisible. You're in the passenger seat. You
Yeah,
turn invisible. You jump out of the car and start running.
I was asking if I can do that first.
Yes, you
before
can
I
totally.
say
Yeah.
commit to it. Okay.
Oh, yeah. No, you can do whatever you want.
Okay.
Commit.
Okay.
The dice
All
rolls
right.
may save you.
Okay.
And with that,
Convoy. They dropped a cute little thing out there. I'm gonna turn invisible real quick and go grab it. Don't leave me behind, all right? Give me, I don't know, 45 seconds maximum. Should be fine, right?
you
How
got
far
30.
away is this thing?
all right. Well, she seems now to be hesitating.
Let me just go and get it. Here,
Right,
I'll roll for my invis.
You don't have to roll. We're
Oh.
just going to say you turn invisible. There's so much
Okay.
smoke out there, it's not going to matter.
Well, I mean, yeah, they're still just standing there, and I'm like, ugh.
Right. So the door opens up. She climbs out over Nova, because Nova is still on that side of the vehicle.
Excuse me, sorry, coming through.
Hustles out through the street and through the broken bits of cars, vehicles, and tiny trucks. You come across what looks to be a telescoping staff.
Ooh. Yoink.
Yoinked. You pick it up, it immediately turns invisible in your hands because it's a small palmable thing. And yeah, that's what you got.
Nice. I dash back to the car, like Sonic.
Dash.
Gotta go fast.
Running around at the speed of sound.
I got a toy. I got places to go. Gotta follow my rainbow.
Right? That's a good song. I like it. All right. That's it. You guys get to describe what happens next if you want to, but pretty much
Yeah.
Convoy's probably going to get you guys out of here, you know?
As soon as Ray is back in Mama Bear, I'm gonna use my mechanical tow truck arm to punch over the barrier, so we can drive and go back the way we came through the smoke.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, we're good with
I'll
that.
bring my drone back down, hook it up, and then take off going the opposite way.
Okay.
Max, as a reminder, what day of the week is it?
Are we turning up on a Tuesday?
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, it was definitely at least a few days before you need to go pull that weekend shift.
Cool. Well, we only have a few days before I have to go do another job, so let's get started.
Yeah, now I got all this stuff going on. We need to fill in Steel
hold on.
Tiger on everything that just happened.
I'm Steel Tiger.
Well, the real Steel Tiger.
E. Oh, tiger.
If you wish to be Steel Tiger, by all means. That name apparently is not working out for me right now as he's like moving his like noodle arm and like.
Here, I got you with that, and then I want to just like put his arm back into place for him.
So that, did that icon put a tag on you? Can we clean that up, please?
Yeah, there's a tag.
Oh yeah, can we?
Yeah, you don't have to roll. We're at the point. No right dice. You can take the time.
Or Convoy or hell. I'm Still Tiger. Your name is Denova, I guess.
I'm Steel Tiger.
All right, a streak will be. I guess.
E-A-L.
He hold out his hand.
No, I'm Nova. I guess you're supposed to be the face.
I mean, I guess I'm supposed to be, even though I should probably be laying low right now.
Yeah, it looks like you've got some trouble on your hands.
Yes, I do. Nice shot, by the way.
Thanks.
Yeah.
If you have more money, I can solve that problem for you too.
Oh, more money?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll have to pencil it in for later, but like, we can solve that.
Fantastic. looking to talk about it later.
Or Cole chimes in and says, yes, actually, pencil it in later because all of her hardware is from the Jurassic era.
Okay, look. I know
Zing.
something about history, and the Jurassic era was not 40 years ago. Okay.
Yeah, it was 30 years ago.
Listen, Steel, you're not really in a much of a place to be talking smack right now.
It's true. It's true. My
Yeah,
apologies. My blood is still up.
yeah, man. I mean, at least the her parts are all intact at the moment.
Yes, she's got one up on me. Yeah.
And she got us a job.
Oh wait, yeah. Like what? How did the meeting with Mr. Johnson go?
Well,
Good.
it went real smooth.
He's gonna as he's doing this, he's climbing into the back, trying to find some clothes to put on because he's just out here in his pants.
Yeah, put
We
on a
did
shirt,
grab
man.
like a few extra items.
Where's the tie?
Yeah.
Are there any ties back there?
A bolo tie.
Bolo tie.
The strings, like. It's like I guess it'll do. Like, hey, he's gonna look at Arkle. I was like, I don't understand how Arkle and Convoy is like, I don't understand how you guys feel, like naked without a tie. I feel naked without a tie. Like, what is going on?
Boomer.
What?
Nothing.
Okay.
Sounds like wage slave talk to me, but
It's just not that comfy.
Comfy. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Different strokes for different folks. All right, so where are we off to? Who's the mark?
I don't know. I need a nap.
I think that we should go to a location and talk a plan and go from there.
All right.
And I would like to.
We can head to my shop real quick. I need to get some decent clothes and some stuff before we head out. I need to rearm and re-equip myself.
He on Steel Tiger. Let's go.
Excellent. All right. Well, I want to thank everybody for watching, and I want to give out some karma. I'm going to start off by saying I generally try to give between 3 to 5, rating what's happened. The objective for tonight was to catch up with Steel Tiger and either A, fight all the bad guys. They're called crims. That's what we're going to call the bad guys for the game, crims or criminals. Fight all the crims, which you guys could have gone and invaded, right? But you didn't. Because Steel Tiger was like, GTFO, which was great. I like that. That's awesome. When you dropped the smoke grenades, you definitely eliminated my ability to keep the fight going because I had a lot more people coming. I got an orc here that's got cyber arms and spurs. It was gonna put holes in your truck, you know? So you avoided that. That was pretty sweet. The dual Ares out the window. And the skills of everybody doing tonight was very fun. I enjoyed all of it. So I'm definitely going to award 5 karma, but I was stumped. The smoke grenades ended a lot of the fight. So I'm going to award 6 karma tonight to everybody.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yay, thank you.
You
Thanks,
subjugated
Convoy.
You subjugated, like, Steel Tiger escaping through a window. Yeah, I thought about that. But I didn't think about smoke grenades cutting off the backup forces. Man, I was going to roll so many D6s for street line specials. Pa, 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 pa. Somebody was going to take some damage. But I didn't get to do it. But the good news is we get to move on to the next really grand part of the game, and it's the legwork for the upcoming show, which is in a week.
Yes, legwork is always fun. So we are at the end of our stream, and we've got a winner for this evening's giveaway of the PDF copy of the Shadowrun novella, Mercy Streets. Congratulations to Carne68, CARNE 68. You'll be contacted through Twitch Whispers by moderator. We will we give away something like every week, so please join us again next week for a chance to win.
And thank you everyone for watching.
Yes, have
Thank
a good
you.
night.
Is this
Have
where
a
we
good
say goodbye?
night. Congratulations to
y'all.
the winner.
Oh, we should wave.
Bye.